Yeah, absolutely.
Those
Yeah,
machines.
absolutely. Yeah,
Those
yeah,
machines.
absolutely. Yeah,
Those
yeah,
machines.
absolutely. Yeah,
Those
also my favorite. Yeah,
machines.
absolutely. Yeah, also
Those
my favorite. Yeah,
machines.
absolutely. Yeah,
Those
also my favorite. Yeah,
machines.
absolutely. Yeah,
That's all.
also
Like
my favorite.
whenever
Yeah, absolutely.
that's
Yeah,
all.
When we come back from the break back from the Brooklyn back from the Brooklyn back from the Brooklyn back.
Hello, everyone! I hope you've went well. My name is Graham, and welcome to the channel. I'm so happy to see your faces again. And today we are picking up with the Goldshine Investigations, a D&D 5e live-action play? Is that what they call these? Yeah. Where we are finishing the first arc after 30 episodes. We did it. Let's do a round of greetings. My name is Graham. Today I am playing Geharis Nerthos, a Tiefling Paladin Oath of Conquest. Joining me is...
It's me. Hi, I'm Pharaoh. I am playing Utaka, a Water Genasi cleric rogue that's maybe a Tempest cleric and maybe not. Who knows? And I will pass it off to...
Hey everybody, it's me, Kari. I play Israel, the half-elf Fae Pact Warlock. And yeah, guess we'll move on to someone who's been gone for forever.
It's me. I'm back. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. I'm here again. I'm really happy to be here again. Sorry, I've been gone. I will be playing once again Griaz Bramblepelt, the bugbear rogue / swamp druid, and I will hand it off to my very sweet boy.
Hi, I'm Riley. I'll be playing Melvin, the human wizard of much renowned. I'll pass it off to who's next? It's up to Jeremy.
Hello, everyone. I am Jeremy, and I have the pleasure of playing Ivron the Silver-Haired, Aasimar Paladin, Oath of Devotion. And, as always, last but not least, is our wonderful DM.
That's me. Hi, I'm Matt, your DM, and I will be playing everyone else. So, are you guys ready to dive back into the Goldshine investigations?
Matt, I'm confused. I don't remember what we did 2 weeks ago. Can you tell me more?
I sure can! When we last left off, the party finally arrived at Veilbright, pursuing Mr. Arpeggio, who was planning to sabotage the siege and instigate the conflict between the Bluefield Alliance and the common folk of Mazai, and stoke the flames of war even further. Powering through days of travel endlessly, the party managed to talk their way through the Bluefield Alliance camp and secure a meeting with the generals using their previously established connections within the Bluefield Alliance military. Managing to convince them of the third party that was acting against their best interests. The party got reinforcements in the form of the Augur Bowman Corps, and recruiting a few of their previous enemies and antagonists to help them against the Bard. With some clever spider climbing from Israel, and the whole party combining their talents in beautiful ways, managed to annihilate, exterminate, utterly debardify the previous boss fight. And with Griaz, Regina, and the Augur Bowman finishing off the elvish dancers that the bard had hired as hired help, one final dancer had vanished before making a strike against Regina, who had her back turned. And you all heard a voice from the sewer tunnel that the bard had carved open to hear that apparently spellcasting assistance from the city of Veilbright has arrived. With that, as you all stand over the fallen bodies of the dancers and the now faceless cavity of Arpeggio, what would you all like to do?
I believe the first thing I would do is stand up from the now less threatening bard and look at the wizard. I think we're still in the circle of silence, and so
No, I dropped it.
Oh, okay.
I did drop it.
Wonderful, because I was like, I wouldn't have even heard this. I would have just seen a strange man in robes. And I will dip into a bow. at all. We have stopped a insurgent that was from a third party that was attempting to reunite with cultists within your city to bring down your walls. You're welcome.
I'm gonna take hold of the bard's head, what's left of it, by grabbing through his hair and lifting up the face that is missing a lower jaw and any neck connection. And just
Melvin,
like hold this
Melvin
up,
throws
like
up.
looking past Graham's Garrus's face. Poor Melvin.
Israel just sort of steps around Melvin, gives that birth as he's having that sickness and goes, like, okay, and just moves to stand there quietly with folks.
The Augur Bowman, Tenniel, Regina, and Samuel start to slowly group around you guys as, stepping out of the sewer tunnels, you see this mysterious spellcaster who had spoken earlier. You see a human male with deeply tanned skin and a pencil-thin mustache. Their hair is almost got like a slight perm going, smoothed back but puffy. And you see the emblem of the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency hanging from their neck. They are dressed in relatively formal looking robes. Melvin, you recognize these to be somewhat outdated scholarly outfits, typically of the very oldest wizard cabals. And something that catches your attention first, Gaharis, is that as they step into the mouth of the sewer tunnel and kind of survey the situation, you see beneath the wizard robes is a very simple suit and dark glasses over their eyes. And you see they appear to not have any hands. Simply empty sleeves with presumably smooth stumps beneath. Um, uh, and as they survey the situation, their gaze settles on you, Taka, holding the bard by the hair, and they give a slow nod. Yes, that matches up with what I've been expecting. And Utaka, the bard vanishes from your grip. No trace of them left on the ground.
What the fuck?
The mage gives a kind of a shrug, and you see the very slight ghost of a smirk as they look over all of you and say, "We'll get what we can out of what's left of him and interrogate their hireling. But in the meantime, I think a discussion of the events preceding this would be better had in the city properly."
That sounds quite wonderful. I lean over to Ivron, who's probably still near me, and very stealthily, I I don't know what to think. I'm a little happy that maybe they don't have hands compared to the alternative sieves. Imagine if they had baby hands in the sieves. I do not understand wizards.
I like round on the people. Like I'm like with my hands like no head.
So
We
you
would be
essentially
happy to.
described a handless Billy D. Williams. Is that correct?
I don't know who that is or what they look like,
Lando
but
Calrissian.
one more time.
Lando Calrissian.
Yeah, kind of that vibe. Yeah.
Okay.
It is a pleasure to meet another investigator. My name is Gaharis Nerthos. This is our captain, Ivron. And this is our merry crew.
Yes, I've heard of all of you. I'm Francis Tales. I am the archivist of the GSIA regional headquarters. I am the local expert on magical items, both supernatural and mundane.
So archivist, since you're all archiving that head, just so you know, we might have a problem because we kind of told the, like the generals of the red field or, blue field, they're on the field up there And we told them we'd bring them his head, and now we don't have that head to bring it to them.
Oh, well, I suppose that's fair enough. He kind of pauses for a moment, and I will make the delivery myself on your behalf. I just would rather attempt to get what we can out of the body, scientific research purposes and all.
Yes,
Right, because like
I could be an aid with that. I have worked with people with these sort of ailments in the past.
Indeed, you have. I've been looking forward to working with you personally, Mr. Misselquill.
Melvin is already digging through his notes in his little side satchel to plan out what he wants to talk about.
Detective Mistro has spoken very highly of all of you, and as such, I'm going into this with high expectations. And he kind of looks up at the surrounding lip of the canyon through the mist over your heads. And Samuel, with his arms kind of crossed, looks around at all of you and to the archivist. That's all well and good, but I really should be heading back. The city appears to be safe for the time being, and I need to get back to the Knights. They've already noticed I'm gone, but it was for a good cause.
I suppose we can come with you. I will holler up to Jensai. Uh, Jinsai, can you go back to the Bluefield Army and inform them that we have succeeded and we will be joining you shortly?
Jinsai, kind of looking over the mouth of the canyon, gives a nod and a thumbs up. Of course. Samuel kind of gives a nod to all of you. Just in case we don't see each other again for a while, it was interesting meeting all of you. And he kind of fidgets a little awkwardly and seeming to not really find any more appropriate farewell, simply gives a final nod and turns on his heel and starts to walk away. And you watch the archivist kind of watches him go for a minute, kind of tilting their head, and you're heading back to the Hell Knights headquarters in Amelia City, correct? And Samuel kind of turns around. Yeah, it's a bit of a long trip, so I should get going. Not as long as you think it's going to be. Samuel vanishes.
My squire. Can you just teleport anyone anywhere at any time?
As long as I know where they're trying to go.
I look at Melvin. Expectingly.
It is a great power, only achieved by a very powerful mage. I look forward to working with you, Archivist.
And same to you, Mr. Misselquill. I'm only not teleporting us into the city directly because I figure a more formal introduction would be more appropriate. You all draw quite a lot of attention to yourselves, and even if I were accompanying you, I don't think it would make a great first impression.
So, is Melvin? Are you still kind of like half rustling through your bag?
Yeah.
Okay. While this is going on, I would like to slip around behind him and try to sleight of hand something out of his bag.
Okay. What are you trying? Are you trying to grab anything in particular, or?
Yeah, I want to take the halfling dictionary back that he confiscated from me several sessions back.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Since Melvin is actively looking through his bag while you're doing this, Utaka, make a sleight of hand check. Melvin, make a perception check.
I'm gonna take it at disadvantage because at this point Melvin has like piles out on the ground, like
Sure.
I'm just like, just kind of reaching behind, and that is a 19.
I got a 16.
All right. Utaka, it's close, but as Melvin is double checking the papers he's flipping through, you quietly slip the halfling dictionary out of his bag and into your possession. Melvin does not appear to have noticed. The archivist looks around and is there any last affairs you would all like to attend to before heading into the city? The dancer only has 10 minutes of air in the demi-plane I sent them to, so I'd rather get to the interrogation sooner rather than later.
That sounds perfect. You are aware that there are children of red sites in the city already, right?
Thanks to your information, we have been made aware. There are other field teams like yourselves in the city that are already on the case, or planning to get on the case. I don't know what it is with adventurers and taverns, but uh, they appear to have busied themselves there first.
Wonderful. Leads the way.
He gives a nod and starts to walk past all of you. Uh, as Jinsai and the goblins start funneling in behind all of you to start making the trek back up the mouth of the canyon surrounding Veilbright. As you all go, Utaka Regina kind of nervously approaches you. Her body slowly kind of or rather reforming back to its normal presentable state. Her clothes a bit stretched and tattered from the transformation, but otherwise she seems more or less none the worse for wear, only possessing a slight cut across the cheek from her scrap with the dancers as she looks between you and the spellcaster at the front of the group. Are you okay with this?
I mean, what is okay?
Regina kind of hesitates, and once we get into the city, they're probably going to want to take another look at me with more resources, so we might not get the chance to talk like this again for a while.
Yeah, and they probably ain't gonna find anything different, so I'll be there to talk when you can.
She kind of gives a nod and kind of nervously puts her fingers together. Uh, is there anything you guys in particular like to say or do before getting to the Velbright gates?
Israel is going to ask, I think it's Francis. Can you give me his name one more time?
Francis Tales was the name he gave you.
Cool. All right. She's going to say, so Archivist, have you heard from Mistra?
Indeed. Well, less heard from her and more I know where she is at all times. She'll be arriving at the city within the hour. She is looking forward to seeing all of you.
Israel noticeably there's some tension that eases from her shoulders at that news and was like, okay, so she's well enough to travel and she will be arriving shortly. Cool. Right. Sort of internal monologue there and just sets back to calmly following.
I'll whistle for Onyx to come down and revert it, the fly, back to its statue form.
Yep.
Pocket it.
They fly towards you and slowly harden and shrink down until you can catch them out of the air as a little statuette figurine and pocket it. And you all wind your way up the canyon wall. And once you're all back at the top of the canyon where you had formulated your plan, um, Jinsai and the Augur Bowman give all of you a final nod. And Jinsai looks to you, Garrison. Thanks for the information. Assuming the Bard's plan had gone off without a hitch, and no telling what would have happened to any of us. So you did my people a service, and I'm not going to forget that.
All in the job of duty. I live to serve, and I serve to live.
He gives a smile and a nod. Well, uh, for the time being, see you around. Knowing you, I'm sure you'll find your way back into trouble sooner or later.
I mean, I will always be able to find you.
Indeed you will. You know where I'll be.
I put the duck
And-
back in my pocket.
Ominous.
He gives you a smirk and a nod, and with that, he gives a and calls the wargs back to the goblins, who all uh, remount the wolves, and with a yeah, they start to dart off back towards the distant campground, um, leaving all of you alone with the subjects and the archivist, who watches the goblins go for a moment and kind of squints a little bit before giving a nod and starting to walk towards the massive bridge that connects the mountain that Veilbright has built into the rest of the region. Um, as you all arrive at the bridge itself, you see that uh, there are a couple guards missing that from what you had seen earlier. But as they see all of you approaching, particularly with the archivist, they all give like very visible slumps of relief. And Gaharis, one of the guards, actually approaches you. A very young, like definitely an adult, but on the young side, man in somewhat ill-fitting plate armor with a pike in hand, gives you a quick courtesy bow and is everything all right? It was it seemed like you were in a hurry and we weren't able to hear super clearly, but we sent the archivist in case things took a turn. Is anyone hurt? Is everything all right?
No, as far as I am aware, we are all perfectly fine. How's Regina looking? She got cut, right?
Yeah, she took a few dings, but it seems most of the damage to her is just from transforming into and from her more monstrous form.
Okay.
She seems relatively fine, just occasionally like running her fingers over the slice in her cheek.
Yeah. No, we are entirely fine, I believe. That was quick thinking, and I applaud your dedication and your due diligence.
Of course. And he kind of looks towards you. You can still see the dots of the goblins riding away and back to you, and kind of looks around somewhat conspiratorially before leaning forward and just like, uh, did the Bluefield Alliance have something to do with it, or uh,
Can I insight check this guy?
go for it?
I mean, I guess my Harris's thought process would be the children of Redsight can literally be anyone. Why wouldn't they have someone on the walls waiting? That is a 12.
Uh, he seems relatively forthcoming as far as you can tell. He just has no reason to suspect a third party involvement at the time, and is simply just genuinely questioning basically what drove a party of people who seem to be on their side to ride with goblins into battle.
Would I
Um,
pick up anything different with my passive 17?
um, you don't pick up any like anything that makes you inherently suspicious. Simply, he's young, curious, and perhaps a bit more talkative than a guard is supposed to be.
Relatable.
I think at this point, Ron would just throw his hand up and be like, I think that's for your leaders to know and disseminate the information to you.
Uh, uh, of course. Um, uh, and he looks to the archivist. I know you don't need our help getting through the gates. And Tails gives a slow nod. Of course. Everyone follow me. Stay close. And with that, starts to walk towards what, again, from you guys' perspective, is just the length of the stone bridge and then just the geyser of steam blocking you off from the mountain. Uh, and the archivist approaches and kind of stares up at it for a second and closes his eyes. And Melvin, you see it let out a very low breath and raise their arms at their sides. And you watch as the steam begins to part, uh, forming like a cylindrical, swirly pattern over the crest of the mountain as the steam divides at the base of the bridge, revealing a massive set of stone doors, dripping wet and visibly steaming, but with intricate patterns carved into them. Um, as The archivist continues to hold their arms up, and after a moment, slowly lowers them. All right, follow. And with that, continues forward.
I
Hey,
want to learn how to do that. I whispered to Israel.
Harris, I
He just
don't
looks at
typically
you and
go
just sort of
places.
pats you on the shoulder, like, sure thing.
I'm gonna do
Yes,
He
Grizz.
does seem generally supportive of, like, yeah, sure, why not? Weirder things have happened.
Griaz?
Harris, I don't typically go places like this. They kind of seem weird about goblinoid folk. Should I maybe turn into something a little more presentable?
No, there's nothing more presentable than a hero, and that is what you are. We all are. Be proud of who you are, and if any of them cause any issue, I will skewer them with my sword.
Or yeah, I was gonna say I could turn into a horse, but even my version of a horse ain't right.
That might raise more questions than
Could make it worse.
Mm, yeah, yeah, I could turn into like a bunny, but even then, nope, that ain't right. All right, yep, okay. We'll skewer him with a sword. That's the solution.
we won't have to do that. She also pats Gria's arm.
Good buddy. They'll accept you because you're a hero, and we'll be able to. We'll have the key to the city.
They'll accept you because we say so. She insists with a little bit of a dark tone to her
Yeah,
voice.
I'm feeling like there's a dichotomy here between the two different responses, but yeah, all right, one way or another.
All right. So, as you all proceed forward, it's this really sharp increase in humidity as you pass through the surrounding arc of steam that the archivist continues to control to go over your heads and leave the door free to access. And as you all approach the door, there's a moment of silence before they begin to slowly open inwards. Um, uh, the archivist kind of looking up, just with a somewhat tired and bored expression, kind of looks over their shoulder and I believe none of you have been to the city before, so while the entryway may not be the most presentable part of it, let me be the first to welcome you to Valebright. Uh, and with that, continues forward as the door continues to open and you all step in to follow. You all enter Valbright. Looking around, you see that you're basically entering through this massive stone doorway into the interior of the mountain that has been hollowed out. The walls are lined from the base that you're standing on all the way to the visible open peak, like a hollowed out volcano, lined with crystals in the walls, giving this beautiful ornate gleam to everything you see. Um, you see wooden and stone tiers going up the mountain with buildings and shops and houses built into the side of the mountain. Almost like they're slowly constructing like the foundation of city to just stay suspended in the air with the mountain itself holding it up. The various torches and lights add to the gleam that the crystals give off. And once you're inside the city, the humidity of the steam dies down into the kind of ambient, cool air of being within the mountain. Um, uh, and it's this just ambient din as the voices of people going from the various shops and houses echo in this massive hollowed out mountain to form this orchestra of activity and voices. It's a lot. Um, you see up where the top of the mountain opens up into that again volcano-esque open top. You see this like almost primitive elevator-like structure of pulleys and ropes with this massive wooden platform that is getting brought up and down with people stepping on and off at the various tiers of the city. And you can see smaller ones that appear to go from specific establishments or specific areas. You can see Utaka, your eyes take on a very slight gleam as you can identify a massive ornate building that appears to be the Bank of Veilbright. And Melvin, you don't see a library, but you know there's one here somewhere. You can smell it. And the archivist turns and looks up, and you all look over up over your shoulders to where he's looking to see more wooden platforms built to surround the doorway that had been opened for you, with a system of primitive clockwork mechanics with several guards similar to the one you had spoken to standing at the top. And once all of you are in, one of the guards calls down, "Is that all of you?"
I make sure Francine's with us.
You do not see anything, but Israel, after a moment, you feel a very light weight on your head, still shaking slightly, but a little less actively nervous than they had been before.
That's good, because Israel's not having the greatest time entering a really big city she's never been to the likes of really before, except maybe the city that she was in before she got on the boat with Utaka. And this one's enclosed, so that's great. But she gives Gaharis like a nod and like sort of like a thumbs up kind of deal, like, yeah, we're all here. But her eyes are a little wide, and she is keeping close to Griaz. Moral support, you understand.
Are there any seeming problems? Do we have Harris's mount and Barry with us?
Yeah, the mounts always follow unless otherwise stated. So
yeah, well, I mean, do the guards like give them any hostile looks or?
Surprisingly, no. And that initially does catch you off guard, but all of you kind of notice this as you just take in the sights of Veilbright around you. Given that this place is the beacon of the common folk, the biggest city in the region, and while not the capital, it certainly is a competitor for that title, you're surprised to see a really diverse population. While there's not nearly as many monster folk as you saw in the Bluefield Alliance camp, you do see a lot of not traditionally common folk walking around. And just from glancing at some of their equipment and things they're carrying with them, quite a few of them appear to be adventurers themselves. So you get the impression this is not these guards' first rodeo. And so, Garrus, you give the guard the affirmative that you're all here?
I don't make that call. I look to Ivron.
All right. Ivron, you give your kind of hesitant thumbs up at Geharris's prodding, and the guard gives a nod and pulls a massive crank, and the doors begin to shift close, and you can see where those ornate symbols you had seen are actually twisting and spinning, built into the clockwork of the city itself, as the doors are winded shut. And you can see the archivists kind of stare ahead and kind of like crack their necks slightly, and you see the steam begin to geyser back to block the door again as it slams shut. The archivist looks over all of you, and I know you've all had quite a busy day, and I'm sure you're not exactly looking forward to a meet and greet with the GSIA, and I wouldn't wish bureaucratic paperwork on my worst enemy. So I'll tell you what.
What sort of forms are required?
The type you've been typically filing for situations like this, who you captured, who they were working for, that sort of thing.
Perfect.
You muted?
I will start on our way.
if you insist. If you'd all like, I can show you some of the local fare and leave you to rest and recoup while I deal with the formalities myself, and I'll report back to you with the information. And Mistra should have rejoined us by the time I'm done.
So we can get some fucking lunch on the way.
Indeed, you can. The people here say that the Veilbright cuisine is some of the best in the region, and I don't know if I believe that personally, but it's certainly no slouch.
Alchemist, if I could bother you for just 1 second, uh, I've heard tell of a library with great resources here in your city. I was wondering if you could arrange maybe my access to the materials.
Indeed, I can, considering I own it.
Melvin is speechless. His just eyes glazed over with that, jaw dropped.
He gives a seemingly pretty genuine smile and says, I look forward to seeing what you get out of my material, Mr. Mistlequill.
Yes, yes, yes.
And with that, he turns on his heel. I'd simply teleport us, but I'll give you all a chance to take in the city and learn how to find your way around without me having to finger snap or, well, you know, your way everywhere. The city can be a bit tough to navigate at first, but you'll get used to it in time. And with that, he starts making his way into the depths of the city proper. Do you all follow?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I start looking for street food vendors on the way.
Ebron, you buying lunch, buddy? Is it on you?
Sure, why not? We all did such a good job out there.
Oh yeah.
What does everybody want? Apparently, this is the best cuisine in the region.
I do not even know where we would start. I've been eating travel rations so long I've forgotten what the real food tastes like.
Exactly.
I mean, I only had the bacon like 3 days ago.
You do not know what I would do for some dry toast right now.
What the fuck, Melvin?
If it
Thank you
helps,
for
I've
4 or
heard.
5 days now.
If it helps, I've heard good things about the chili that Quincy sells at the Lucky Griffin.
We'll have to check it out.
Who is Quincy?
The local bartender, bit of a local celebrity. In fact, the tavern I mentioned that the other field teams are taking their time getting on the case we assigned them at, that should be where they are. In fact, he kind of closes his eyes for a second and pauses and then gives a nod. Yes, that is where they are.
That sounds quite wonderful. I will hand some rations for Junior to Griaz.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Do not mention it. I figured if we're in a town, we should probably keep them well fed.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, no, I'm chewing off my own arm.
Melvin visibly takes a step away from Group and says that.
I'm gonna try and get like, I don't know, meatballs on a stick or something as we're walking past or something.
Make an investigation check.
The
Sure.
finest cuisine.
Yeah. Yeah, the finest cuisine.
Like some
Pigs in a blanket.
kebabs, you know, something. Investigation. That is a 17.
All right. Keeping your eyes open for street food. You don't see any as you pass through this particular area, but as you all are led by the archivist to the circular wooden platform as it slowly approaches the base of the city, you appear to be on the lowest floor, for lack of a better term. The archivist kind of glances to you and he kind of stares at you for a moment before saying, most of the vendors are on the second tier, and that's where we're going. So I would try my luck there instead.
Gotcha.
He gives a nod, and once all of you, mounts included, are on the platform, he raises a arm, and you see a spectral hand grasp the lever of the platform and give a crank, and you all kind of jolt as the platform begins to rise. You get this elevated view of the crystalline city as it carries you further up. Um, and after a few minutes, it comes to a stop at the second tier of circular structures and buildings. And the archivist gives a nod and said, here you'll be able to find the library, most market vendors, a good chunk of our most well-kept structures, I suppose. I'll need to head back to base to deal with our suspects before they run out of oxygen in the demiplane. But if you are getting lost in the city, just ask for Quincy and they'll know where to send you. Anything else I can help all of you with before I go?
Hey, Matt, can you turn off your webcam? And Jeremy,
Yeah.
can you turn off your webcam?
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy, can you turn yours on? Okay,
Jeremy
good.
decided
Matt,
he
you're
wanted to
good.
be DM.
No, it's my
Pick it up,
job.
pick it up. Season
Um,
finale.
Exactly.
it's okay. We've only been doing this 30 episodes. So, if nobody speaks up, the archivist gives a nod. All right. If you want to get between the tiers of the city, you can use this lift. Some of the personal lifts, although I would ask the owner's permission. There are also public lifts on the outer walls if you are getting lost. And of course, there's the stairs, but it's a bit of a long walk. Luckily, I wouldn't know anything about that. And he vanishes.
I've got to learn that spell.
Gotta get better, Melvin.
Get good.
Always looking for more knowledge.
That is okay, Melvin. I mean, we've come to expect the mundane from you.
Yeah, because if you were like him, we could have been here days ago. Could have like been here and gotten prepared and like talked to all the people before.
Israel just sort of shoves Utaka in the shoulder.
Ah!
What I'm
Hey,
trying to say
Melvin,
is,
you're doing your best, buddy. You really are.
indeed, we would
Aren't
have
we
had to fight
going
that elemental
somewhere?
if not for you.
Aren't we going to eat?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think some of us are getting hangry.
I do my
I was
best.
talking about myself and Junior specifically. Utaka, stop making that face.
I know you were talking about me.
You won't like Junior when he's hungry.
You really won't. Hey Matt, while we are walking along, the city seems kind of, what's the word, bougie a little bit.
Yeah, it kind of comes off that way. Yeah.
But would Griaz particularly pick up on any like graffiti or markings? I'm kind of thinking like the Skyrim like thieves symbols. Is he
Yeah.
picking up anything through Thieves' Cant that might indicate some sort of criminal underground or something going on?
He's not the
Any
only
type
one
of
who
criminal.
speaks that language.
Yeah, but he is the one who asked.
I was going to say Utaka as well. Yeah, there would be the two to potentially pick up.
Utaka, do you want to look as well?
I don't catch as much as he catches because his perception is higher, but I would probably notice a couple if there's a lot.
Both of you roll perception checks.
Okay.
Yeah, if he did see one, he would point it out to Utaka. I'd be like, hey, you recognize that one?
I see nothing. I am too hungry. I rolled a 1.
You're just focused on getting out of the caverns and into the rest of the city where they said there's food.
Yep.
As 26.
Griaz, as the party steps off the lift and starts just heading into the city, not any particular direction in mind at the moment, you do actually see a few. They're subtle, usually in alleyways or very occasionally boldly but small on doors and buildings. You see a few. there's a symbol you don't recognize exactly what it is, but you know that the thieves' cant lingo written on the side indicates assassins. But the one that catches your attention more because you see it more frequently is almost thieves can't advertisements for from what you gather from these snippets of because thieves can't isn't again it's more of a code than an outright language, but from what you pick up, it appears to be advertisements for what sounds like a underground pit fight where exotic animals are smuggled into the city and made to fight each other and people bet on the winner.
All right. If he sees any like collections, if there's like a degree of tagging in a certain alley, he will make his personal mark since this is the first time that they're like in a serious city like this, which is
Okay.
he will kind of just dirt or char or whatever he can. He just kind of marks his hand, places a handprint, and then uses produce flame just to create like a scorched circle around it.
Okay. So as the group is walking through the city, you kind of break off from the group very, very slightly, just a more across the street. And sure enough, you pass an alley, a second alley, a third, and see sandwiched in between what appears to be a workshop of some kind and a refinery. You see handprints and signatures of various up and comers in the city. And you take a moment to burn your mark. Uh, Ready to embrace the city's criminal underbelly for whatever it may be.
I mean, he's sneaky and long limbed. He pretty much just like as they're walking by, just smacks it on a wall.
Mm-hmm.
It's, yeah. But also it's an indication that if anybody's looking, he does have some stuff to sell that he'd rather not have on his person anymore, just for Israel's personal well being. But
Okay, noted. Okay. Uh, with that, you quickly slip back to the rest of the group. I'm guessing you guys are going to follow the archivist's advice and ask for Quincy.
Yeah.
Um,
Unless they're a gnome, and then I'm gonna find the nearest other establishment, and I will just not go there.
we'll just
do you,
burn the place down and then move along.
Garrus has had enough eccentric gnome provisioners of goods to say I'm probably safer elsewhere.
do you want to ask one of the townsfolk what Quincy is?
No, I'm gonna walk in, make a visible eye contact, and say, "Wrong place, my bad."
Okay, so you're gonna wait till you get there. Noted. Okay. It seems pretty easy. Almost everyone you ask for directions from happily points you in the right direction. And you get pointed to this sort of entryway built into the sides, almost in like each compass direction of the city, and or rather this interior mountain area. And as you all start heading towards the entryway, as that was the directions you were given, Griaz, you take in a breath, and for the first time since you entered the salt flats, you smell nature. And as all of you step through the entryway, your eyes all kind of have to adjust again to open sunlight as you find yourself now in the walled off areas surrounding the mountain, built literally into the sides of it and encompassing the walls, almost forming these like bowl shapes in 3 tiers, with you guys on the second one at the moment. And Griaz, as you all step to the entryway, you find all of yourselves in this lavish, lush garden, tropical and exotic plants, beautiful rivers carved into the marble and stone, trickling through to keep the plants fresh. It smells beautiful. You can see a few small insects and pollinators buzzing to and fro. It's nice.
Notably, Israel looks about as uncomfortable walking through this city as she did walking through the army camp, except she looks a little less certain and definitely more closed off. Like she's walking absolutely with her arms crossed and her eyes are going everywhere. So I guess she's less confrontational, but she still seems uneasy and not to like all of this very much for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. Uh, as you all adjust, you make your way through this garden and find yourself getting a somewhat elevated view of the second tier of Veilbright. Melvin, your eyes are immediately drawn like a hawk's to the biggest building in the area. You see this massive tower with a stained glass ovular ceiling like that of a church, with emblems built in stained glass in the roof. Spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds, as well as a fifth symbol intermittently scattered among them that you don't recognize. Um, uh, and you don't immediately know the building's function on site, but you see someone walking out of the building with a stack of books in their arms, and your heart soars. This tower is massive, bigger than any you've seen, and it appears to be the library of Veilbright.
So who's ready to skip lunch and go for a little bit of a excursion adventure into the library?
No.
Can you bring food in the library?
It's highly frowned upon. You'd smudge the scrolls. They do usually have an eating room down in the basement. Occasionally you can sleep there too, but
Pass.
there's so much knowledge in that building. We could
Mr. Mistlequill, we can get lunch and go to the library afterwards.
With even less risks to the scrolls.
On the bright side, this is the first time you have been a successful adventurer, Melvin.
Or we can go there and make a mess while we eat.
Perhaps I'll go by myself.
But when was the last time you ate? You're going to pass out if you don't eat something. I'm worried about you, sweet baby.
And you got to talk to Archivist Frank.
Yes, I have much to do in this town, but just a peek in the doors.
Pace yourself.
He's visibly hard, like, containing himself from just running away to the library right now. Like, it's right there.
Ivron, tell him what to do.
How about
Oh,
this?
let him be happy for you, Taka.
Fine.
But to be fair, why not come and spend some time with your adventuring team? We'll celebrate. After all, you were pivotal in that fight.
I did do fairly well for myself for my limited combat experience.
You did, Mr. Mistlequill.
I've been excited to try that out on a summoned creature for quite some time. Yes, perhaps we can't study on an empty stomach anyway. But a quick lunch, just a bite.
Of course. And
keeping you too long.
Regina kind of sandwiches herself between Utaka and Ivron. She seems also a little on edge being in the city, but as long as she keeps herself kind of surrounded by all of you, she actually seems relatively comfortable, especially with her curse alleviated for the time being. And you all continue down the stairs, entering into Veilbright itself. And now, Utaka, the smell of food stalls begins to hit you. And you see it's less a market square and more people just kind of set up food stalls wherever they happen to feel like doing it. But you see a lot of quirky foods being sold. Mandrake on a stick, get your mandrake on a stick. Authentic cooked griffin found nowhere else in Mazai. Freshest ale straight off of Quincy's bar. Don't tell Quincy. Would you like to check out the food stands or follow the group to the tavern?
I will dart around between the food stands, slip into lines, try and get food overflowing in my hands and arms, and I will catch up with the group and start like shoving food into people's hands.
Fair enough.
Stuff that I think they'd like. I have no idea.
So you just want to get a little bit for everybody?
I mean, other people want to eat too, but I will start like handing people food.
Okay.
Like taking a bite of their food and then handing them the rest.
Fair enough. So assuming you get like essentially one thing for everybody, that'll be a total of About 26 silver, just to get a little something for everyone.
And watermelon for Barry. Does that cost 2 gold here?
No, you actually find a fruit stand seller selling them for about 5 silver.
That motherfucker. Motherfucking locks it on, motherfucker.
What what is a teiko?
I think it's an elven wizard. Carries an umbrella around.
Then why have they named this food after the sun?
I think he invented it, if I remember right.
I mean, if it's an umbrella, did they like turn it upside down and put the food in it? Is that what it's supposed to be?
I
That's
know
a
a lot of.
walking takeout.
Why do
Oh, okay.
spellcasters like to name things after themselves so much?
So that's a very good question, Melvin. Perhaps you would know about this?
Well, you must understand that the knowledge of magic is passed down from one mage to his apprentices, and to take credit for one's work, one's breakthroughs in controlling the weave of existence.
Melvin, when are you gonna have a spell named after you? What's your spell gonna be?
While this is happening, Israel is feeding her food to the mimic.
What about Melvin's magnificent missile quills? They are quills you can write with, but also fire at people.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah.
I think Melvin would be suited to something more of his talents. And Israel, as you kind of pull some of the what Utaka from the stand they'd got them claims to be mandrake meatballs, start just kind of like hawking them at Griaz's shield, which just snatches them as kind of catching them out of the air.
Gentle. God damn.
Yeah, they kind of pulls on your arm slightly, and it kind of like adjusts and wiggles to just digest and gnaw. Geharis and Ivran, following the directions you were given, you make your way towards what appears to be the Lucky Griffin. You see this, much like Veilbright itself, multi-tiered structure. It looks almost like 3 cabins were just stacked on top of each other. And Melvin, you're actually interested to see what appears to be an observatory connected to the back. This massive tower rising over the 3 things stacked on top of each other. Several chimneys rise from the top, and this even in the afternoon light over the city right now, you can see this very warm glow and the scent of honey and food just emanating from this structure. And a simple, humble wooden sign hangs out, the Lucky Griffin.
Well, shall we?
Yeah, y'all just want to like grab a table, or is there like we gotta do we have to wait to be seated?
How do adventurers usually celebrate their victories?
Is it like
Drunkenly.
saloon doors, or is it like a...
Yeah, it seems to be open. There doesn't appear, it's not like there's anyone stationed at the entrance that you can see. You do see people frequently funneling in and out. Although, as you see someone funnel out, you can hear, it doesn't sound like dangerous, but you do hear a bit of a ruckus inside. It sounds like it's a little on the crowded side. It appears.
We know the Goldshine investigators are in there. Why do we not introduce ourselves?
What level of rowdy is it? Is it like Buffalo Wild Wings on like a Tuesday or on like a Saturday night? Like
Tuesday. Like
okay.
People are talkative, but like nobody's like starting fights or screaming. It's just like a lot of chatter.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
you guys haven't hit the scene yet.
I walk in, and as I walk in, I go, "Hello, Gajeras Nerdos has entered the building."
You see several people, most of whom have no idea who you are, raise their glasses. Yeah!
I already like this tavern. I'm never leaving.
Clearly already in their cups.
As you all enter, you see it's a actually very nice place for a tavern. To your left, you see a massive fireplace with what appears to be a personal library. Recliners built around the fireplace for people to simply grab books and read while they eat and drink. To the right, you see what appears to be a stage for performers to simply whoever feels like singing to go up and give a performance. Some oil lamps are set on wooden tables scattered around the tavern. And at the very far end, opposite where you came in, you see this massive stretch of bar with stools scattered intermittently, and a what appears to be a half elf manning the bar. You can see some taxidermied, some definitely fake and artificial beasts hung up on the walls. Some antlers. You see what appears to be a definitely artificial, both from its movements and the fact that it's alive, quote unquote. Fish on the wall, just kind of like shimmying on the hooks, keeping it there. You see dangling lamps over some of the tables, keeping it well lit. This whole place smells densely. On the outside, it just smelled like ale and meat, but now that you're in here, it also is mixing with this almost bakery-like smell of cookies. And you see a variety uh, of people scattered at the different tables. Although the densest groups appear to be a group of about groups of about 5 or 6. One of seemingly 6, one of seemingly 5. At they don't appear to be avoiding each other, but they're just kind of keeping to their own little group. And judging from their armor and visible weapons, they appear to be adventurers. Everyone else here appears to be either acting solo or just simple tavern goers. What would you all like to do?
I immediately go to the bar count. Did you mention what race the barkeep
Half
is?
elf.
Half elf, yes.
Perfect. I have no issues with this. I will go straight up there and order a round of drinks for the team.
And Melvin's gonna go straight towards that little private library in the little book nook.
I would like to try and grab him by the back of his like robe and drag him along with us. If I
Try
can.
to break that grapple.
Okay.
Make a grapple check. Melvin contest.
14.
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't think Melvin has to
I
actively
also
resist.
make a
It would
14.
be Utaka having to grab, right?
Well, because Utaga's trying to grapple, but Melvin's resisting, which is why they're rolling.
Okay, so
So a tie goes to me
then-
because
yeah, it
I'm
goes to
the
you.
one opposing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Utaka, you go to grab him, but Melvin just slips out from your grip and just starts booking it towards the book nook.
I'm gonna make you have fun.
This is fun.
I think Ivron just looks at
We're
Kriaz
in
and
public.
Israel, just like,
That's
let's
what
find a
Israel
dude.
just shouts after both of them. We can take you boys anywhere.
Gaharis, as you approach the bartender, you get a better look at them. They appear to be a half elf, standing at about 5'2", relatively on the stocky side. Their ears are a bit smoother and less pointed. You imagine they're a bit more human oriented than elf. Their face is clean shaven and smooth, with dark raven black hair falling to about the shoulders, with these gleaming and glittering almond-like eyes. And you can't see their hands behind the bar, but judging from the motions, they appear to be cleaning a glass, and they give you a smile, and you can see a pair of goggles slung over a red handkerchief worn around their neck as they give you a smile.
Nice, Matt.
Oh, what? Huh?
Nice. I get the reference. Yeah.
So what can I help you with?
Hello there, I would like to order some drinks for me and my companions. Could I buy 8 bottles of wine and a round of drinks?
Trust me, you don't want bottles of what I'm serving. I'll start you off with a pint. How's that sound?
What are you serving?
Quincy stuff.
I do not... is it magical?
Why don't you find out?
Oh, gosh. I feel like Gaharis gives the look that's like, I have 0 time for this to the barkeep.
It's just wine. I'm just putting some flavor on it. I'm not overcharging it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, that is fine. As long as I can get the 8 of them, I don't care.
They give a nod. Sure thing. Just a moment. And as they turn and start grabbing bottles off of this massive, like just wall of wine and various drinks behind them, your eyes are drawn to their hands as you see on the left they appear to have 3 fingers, and on the right 2. Um, uh, but they retrieve a few bottles, and he kind of turns back to you. That's 8 bottles you asked for. Is that right?
That is correct. 8 bottles and then a round of ale.
Sure thing. And they um, uh, distribute the bottles. And as they start pouring ale into the glasses, they kind of give you a wink and say, bottles are going to run you pretty pricey, but if you're buying them, I suppose you can keep them.
That is the point.
Fair enough. Just making sure you know what you're buying. He gives you a smirk um, and begins to pour. While that's going on, what are the rest of you doing?
Israel's like
Ivron
stuck
just
close to somebody. She just seems very uncertain about the raucousness of everything, so she might have just stuck nearby Harris as he went to the bar, after, of course, scolding the boys.
All right. Utaka and Ivron and Griaz, what are the 3 of you doing?
I'm gonna slide up over by Griaz.
Yeah,
Ivron's just gonna find a place to sit.
we can pull up a stool at the bar and hear that chili's supposed to be good, but I think Griaz is also trying to pay attention to the mounted heads on the wall, see if there's anything he doesn't recognize.
Make a nature check.
What is my nature? It's only an 11.
Um, Looking around, you see a few creatures that you haven't seen before. You see what appears to be a rabbit head with antlers growing out of it. You see what appears to be a lion's head with this massive mouth of like almost circular, sharp teeth. Um, uh, you can see what appears to be the head of a massive spider. Overall, it's definitely like some hunters pride and enjoy these creatures. Um, uh, and uh, uh, Harris, as they finish distributing your drinks, Quincy kind of gives you a somewhat guilty look as they say, this is always going to run you 84 gold, friend.
I slam the 84 gold down.
I love serving adventurers. And he snatches the gold off the table and gives you a nod. You all find yourself a seat and just ask for Quincy if you need any help, and my servers will be with you.
Are there any clocks or anything on the wall?
Looking around, you do see one pretty ornate. The clockwork is primitive, but the structure itself is pretty ornate.
I was going to say, judging by the NPC, I could swear I heard a TikTok.
Yeah, the character is available for use in campaigns, and I was like, yeah, I want this tavern to be memorable. So,
Yeah, Quincy's pretty great.
yeah. Yeah, I was going to mention it at the end of the episode anyway. So yes.
Okay. How do you do, fellow kids?
Yeah, all credit to Quincy LK on Ko-fi. Go support them. Their NPCs and D&D stuff is fantastic. Uh, Harris, you have 8 bottles of pretty fine looking wine and a series of mugs of frothing ale. There are some available tables, especially as people are kind of coming and going. What would you like to do?
I grab 3 of the mugs in each hand. I put all of the bottles in my bag. That's for later. And then my tail will loop around too and like tighten and hold the other 2 mugs of ale.
Israel just stand there and just goes, "Would you like help?"
That might be better. I did not think of that.
Holds her hands out for some mugs.
The tail will just like snake out with the mugs.
And as you two are having this exchange, you can see a few of the adventurers kind of whispering to each other and smiling and kind of nodding their heads at the scene.
There's a glare, like as if she can sense people looking at her. She just looks. There's like a glare, a squinty-eyed look, like "Excuse you."
You see one of them, a water genasi with a shaven pixie cut, kind of put up their hands like. All right. Although the other one, a feminine-looking satyr with flowing pink hair, just continues to watch you without any remorse or guilt evident in their face.
Israel is not.
Gaheris just keeps going. I don't think Gaheris cares.
No, of course not. But she follows after with the mugs.
So if we have found a table, I will start setting out drinks for everyone, and then I will bring one to Melvin.
So since Utaka's nearby, as Gray is kind of looking at the mounted heads, but I don't know if you noticed on our way here, there's some kind of markings about some of the less legal side of this city.
Yeah, aren't
And,
those like everywhere? I mean, the
Yeah.
city is. It's just.
yeah, I noticed one in particular. If you wanted to maybe check it out tonight, you're cool, you know. Maybe Israel.
Yeah?
Maybe I mean, Ivron. Maybe don't tell Dad. I don't know. But
I-
there's
I'm gonna. I think I might have to go with no on calling him Dad. Let's not do that.
yeah. All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
But I noticed that there's a monster fighting ring.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to check it out, I think it might be interesting. But it's something I noticed.
I'll go with you. Sure.
Yeah.
And while we're talking, so you know how we had to like leave the garden cart behind, and so we don't have that, and we spent all that time on it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, and I turn and I start like pulling open my bag, and I pull out like a bunch of really sad looking starter plants that I clearly dug up from the garden.
Oh, hey, look at you.
And I like plop them down on the table in front of you. So I don't know if we can like do anything for them here, but I didn't think we were gonna like be here, and I also didn't think there was gonna be like that salt flat. So I don't know what to do about these.
Yeah, literally here in this bar on this wooden table. Not much, but I really appreciate the effort. And
I
yeah, I'm sure we
tried.
can find a home for these. No, you did, and that's
Okay.
it's really. I mean, there's a little bit of nature here, and I don't know if we're gonna get that cart back or not, but probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No. Maybe we can find a nice home for him here.
Okay.
No, you did a good job, buddy. I'm proud of you. That was good thinking.
Because we were gonna
Yes,
have like watermelons and shit, and then.
Griaz is supportive. I love him so much. Melvin, is there any particular reading material you want to search for in the reading nook, or are you just happy to get whatever you can get?
First, he's going to look for any nonfiction on the shelf. But he's secretly looking for just garbage fiction, story tales, something that takes zero effort to read.
Okay. So which one of those two do you want to prioritize at least first?
He's gonna find one of each, hopefully, so that he can hold the other book inside the.
Sure. Okay. Since you have time to look, you see a pretty healthy variety of nonfiction. Most of them appear to be things like history books. You see a few that appear to be the personal journals of Quincy themselves, and a fair few that appear to be documentation of various uh, recounts of different magical items and artifacts. And as for the nonfiction, there is a healthy variety of various stories you can pick up. So you're just gonna grab what you can and start get nose deep into it as Gaharis brings you your stuff.
Yeah, and he's just gonna look at Gaharis when he puts down the drink and be like, "Oh, thank you, thank you."
You are quite welcome, Melvin. What are you reading?
Well, this is an analysis of the history of the region, but I'm just getting started in it.
I see, but what is your favorite book of that you have ever read, Melvin?
That I
That
have
is what I
ever
would wish
read.
to know.
I read a scroll, a collection of scrolls on the ancient history of my homeland. There's only one edition of this scroll in existence, and I I had to study for 4 years even to get access to look at it. The scroll doesn't really have a name. It's an excerpt. It's only what's a small bit of what's remaining of the grander collection, but it was quite informative.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it tells the
Melvin cast
story
his
of.
sleep.
And Melvin goes into he can keep it going for like 30 minutes of just this.
Yeah,
like,
I'd like to, while he's
word-
doing that, I've definitely finished my ale, and I'd like to sleight of hand and switch our mugs.
Melvin, no roll necessary. Melvin doesn't even notice. He's just
Yeah, you
recount-
just-
recounting detail by detail this entire story of this this general from his homeland that fought like some minor obscure war that no one remembers now.
As soon
All
as I
right.
finish the second one, I'll go join the rest of the party.
All right. Again, you all can find a table relatively easily with Melvin in the reading nook, Regina and Tenniel with Francine invisibly in tow, staying stealth as Israel ordered. You all find your seats. Gaharis distributing the wine and ale, I presume.
Just so you know,
And
the wine is in my bag.
all right.
All 8
All right.
bottles.
Yeah, all right. No, you have 8 bottles of wine. But Gaharis distributes the ale to everyone. And you all have the table. While you do see some of the other adventuring parties kind of glancing at you, they don't appear to be like going out of their way to give you trouble. Just occasionally making like gossip amongst themselves. What would you all like to do?
Can I, through some sort of insightful deduction, try and figure out whether we are more top dogs than the other adventuring parties here? Like, do we seem, slightly better armed, slightly stronger than them, or
So you're gonna go off of like equipment and stuff for this?
demeanor, equipment?
I'll call this an insight check.
What is their challenge rating?
I'm gonna use a luck point.
It's like, what is that? Isn't there a battle master skill to deduct if someone is stronger or has more HP or less HP?
I think so.
I don't think I'm as good as all that. That's a 17.
Looking around at all of them, Utaka, you are confident that in terms of equipment, at least, you guys appear to be the best off of the adventuring parties in here. The items and armor they're wearing, for them, a few of them appear to be, but most of them don't appear to be obviously magical. Uh, and they definitely don't carry themselves with the same like well-traveled weight as you guys do. Cameras again.
Yeah.
Graham?
Yeah.
I'm not ever gonna use
All right,
this
Matt, you
camera.
can turn yours back on.
Uh,
I did it.
and Utaka. So going off of equipment, yes, you guys do, by your judgment, appear to be the best off. But going off of the adventurers' like poise and confidence, it appears each of them are confident that they themselves are the top dogs in the room. It appears everyone is individually convinced of their party's superiority compared to the other two in the tavern right now.
It's okay. I know we're better.
Yeah,
What
you're
does
pretty
the
confident.
what is the other party made up of?
Well, so you can see, at least judging by the group sitting at the tables, there appear to be two other parties. Um, Looking at one that's sitting closer to the reading nook. Give me just a second. I have my notes here. Um, Sorry. It's Vale Wright's a big city, so I have like 7 different documents pulled up. Okay. Looking at the one sitting closest to the reading nook, you see what you initially think might be an elf, but they have this kind of sunken golden skin that you recognize to be part of a species called the Leon Kier, a outsider species that doesn't frequently occupy this area, but they're well traveled, so they kind of come and go. Sitting next to them is a water genasi. You see a human, what appears to be a harpy, a lovelander, this region's slang for grung, and a small halfling girl. And sitting in the group closer to you guys, sitting closer to the bar, you see 2 satyrs, one male, one female. Um, uh, this uh, this taller figure that you can't make out what species they are, but they're draped from head to toe in this heavy, menacing-looking armor. Uh, uh, what appears to be a fire genasi and a half elf, although with visibly serpentine features.
How strange.
Weird. I feel a little familiar with them. So best to avoid them.
Strange company in this bar.
I bought everyone drinks. I think we should celebrate. We have not had any victories that was this handedly given. To Ringo. May they never play instruments ever again.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that
Melvin,
guy.
Melvin actually looks up from his book and goes to grab his mug to toast with you and looks and sees that it's empty. And he's like,
I love Melvin. Uh,
Goodness.
all right. You guys
To
toast.
the Goldshine investigations, and I'm saying it loudly, and I'm keeping my eye out for who is changing their expression when I say that.
Make an insight check.
I would love to.
May I assist with that?
Why, of course.
Roll with advantage.
Sweet. My first roll was.
I would just say that this entire time since we've entered the city, Ivron's just been watching people. What is the demeanor of the city? Because they are under siege, and they doesn't seem like they're bothered by that.
Okay. I'll count that as part of this roll since it'd be insight anyway. So, Garrus, give me the rolls again.
Dirty 20 for the first roll and an 8 for the second.
Okay. Um, uh, the two of you look around. You don't see any change in expression that makes you suspicious or on guard. In fact, almost the 2 adventuring parties and Quincy themselves raise their own glasses casually. Although you get the impression it's more just any excuse to drink. But you do know that the GSIA has been hiring adventurers, so you get the impression these groups might be affiliated with them, but it's hard to tell at a glance. They're definitely not wearing any like memorabilia that would make it obvious. But everyone seems supportive, or at the very least indifferent. Neither of the two of you catch anyone frowning or being visibly upset. And Ivron, as you kind of tuck into your ale and start thinking over the city as you pass through it, mostly being focused on the navigation, but now kind of taking the time to judge the demeanors of the people you had passed by. Surprisingly, the city seems at ease, completely unchanged. Uh, they don't necessarily seem to be unaware of the siege, more just completely indifferent to it. There's no real sense of tension or panic. Just this kind of sense of like almost a sort of life goes on, we're fine, and everyone just continues to go about their business. And it does strike you as unusual that like a city that's been under siege for months now is so like seemingly at ease and comfortable, at least among the citizenry.
Yeah, that's what I felt. I think just sipping his ale, Imran will just look stoic and grim as as usual.
I start getting shit faced.
You even old enough to drink?
Been drinking with you since we met.
We
I
don't
told you he was
know.
a dad.
That is correct. Every time we have been drinking, Utaka has been there drinking with us.
Yep.
Oh, I know, but every time we've been drinking, I think we've also like brought up that fact.
Yeah, it comes up every time, and nobody makes Utaka
Should
stop.
you should you be drinking? Yeah, I like you.
You're
That's been the
pretty
go-
great, actually. Like when you were like riding down, like, and then you like did that like jump roll, and like that was you're 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 really cool, Get Harris.
But I could not have done it without your magic. If you had not been able to do whatever you did, you made that so I could not hear, and that I couldn't hear them. I don't
Well,
know
so,
how.
so the really cool thing about that is I know you like don't do magic stuff. I've like never seen you do magic stuff except like sometimes you make like spark and someone's like and it hurts them. But like a lot of magic when you do it, it like you have to like say words, right? So it's not just that you can't hear, is that there's like no sound. So you can't do like the talking with the magic that makes like the the fancy stuff that Melvin's supposed to be able to do, and maybe he'll be able to do it one day. Um
There's a kick underneath the table.
um yeah. So doing that made it so he can't use his stupid asshole magic. That's why you couldn't hear nothing.
That makes absolute sense. If I could have done that, I would have. Falling off the horse hurt a lot.
Hey, but you made that horse. You do magic. You're good. You're so good at magic.
I mean, I
He's
can do a lot of
pretty
magic.
good.
I just don't do it.
That's okay.
How much
I turn
are you
into a
this
horse
drunk? I
sometimes.
just want a clarification. How many drinks in are we?
I have only had
Garrus,
two.
Uh,
Harris is pretending to be far drunker than he actually is.
Oh, absolutely. That's right. I'm like questioning.
yeah, and
I'm drinking faster than everyone else.
yeah, and Israel, as you're kind of like watching everyone's state of drunkenness, you see Regina is like kind of like definitely cannot hold her alcohol and is just kind of visibly like kind of drooping and slumping a little bit. And Tenniel just kind of looks around and just kind of pushes his completely untouched ale towards Utaka.
I picked that one up next.
Ezekiel just shares a look with Tenniel and apparently Regina. She's like pretty slowly getting through her first mug, probably like a third of the way in. Clearly, there are people who are 3 drinks in already, and she's just like, "Okay, this is how it's going." And she sits back and she's quietly watching the carnage of whatever this is.
Let's say that Ivron's trying to keep composure as well and not drink as much. It's like 2 in the afternoon right now, right?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's like it's just kind of mid afternoon.
All right.
We saved a city.
Melvin does that eventually make his way up to the bar, and he's gonna ask the bartender, "Could you make me a special drink?
Depends. What are you interested in?
Do you have clean water here in this bar?"
I have water.
Yes, that'll work. Could you give me a mixture of half water and half wine, please?
All right, big man. And you watch as a one of the bottles of wine and a small pitcher are magically drawn to the bar, and as a flask is slammed on the ground. Quincy, not even moving their arms, just kind of watching this all happen with a small smile as the drinks are mixed, swirled within the mug, and slid towards you as Quincy just puts a hand, their chin in their hand as they kind of smile. Uh, Given how quite literally watered down it is, how's 3 silver sound fair?
Yes, the tiefling's buying everything.
Are they now?
Yeah, put it on his tab. Um,
That I will.
Melvin, with that, Melvin takes his finger and he sticks it in the wine, and I'm gonna cast prestidigitation. So you see the wine bubble a little bit, and now it's sparkly wine.
Oh, that's cheating. That is. Well, you serve adventurers, you know what you're signing up for. Get out of here.
Strong.
All right. Uh, um, uh, okay. Uh,
Oh no.
okay.
Oh no.
So you approach the group at the table not too far from you, and they all kind of watch you approach, seeming a little bit hesitant, not really quite sure what to make of your equally strange menagerie of people. Um, uh, and so you're just going to kind of gesture for Tenniel to come with you as you approach. Tenniel kind of glances at Utaka about halfway through the mug of ale he had ignored and just kind of like shakes his head and stands up and kind of nervously putting their fingers together, follows you as you approach the table. And after kind of a moment of silence, the serpentine half elf speaks up. Can we help you with something? A pleasure. The half elf holds a long clawed hand out to you. Esley. Uh, the others begin to. Most of them don't outright go to shake your hand, but the others start to introduce themselves as well. Hello, my name is Blossom. Almerdai. The the fire genasi gives you a smile and a nod. My name's Cinder. And the male satyr gives a kind of somewhat offhanded nod, seemingly pretty deep in their ale already, as they say, "Spring." Perhaps we'll meet in the fields sometime. Don't worry, we're on the same team. Uh, you're all more or less unofficial mercenaries as well, I assume. He gives a bit of a shrug. Eh, different words, same meaning. And he kind of takes a small sip of the ale, kind of scrunching their face up lightly at the taste, and puts the mug down. Uh, did you need something, or just doing a meet and greet? Uh, the half elf kind of hesitantly backs away a bit. The figure in the suit of armor leans forward very interestedly when you propose an arm wrestle. But the moment you mention doing a pranks, the two satyrs perk up, and the female one with the long flowing head of pink hair. You can notice now that you're closer to them, a pair of somewhat narrow deer-like antlers and flower petals scattered and draped among their hair and antlers as they smile and lean forward. What did you have in mind? I can do that. Yes, the moment you propose this, they slam their fists onto the table. They appear to be pretty deep in the ale themselves. I'm in, let's do it. And the half elf throws up their hands. Go for it. I'm not the boss. Uh, as they step up. All right, let's go. Let's do it.
The first round of what?
Armor die.
Hello.
You mean Grias
Hello,
with the
Rhythm.
+0 to strength?
Uh, hey. Who the fuck is this?
Oh, armor die.
Oh, hi, Rude.
Rude to you too.
Well, I guess if I've been signed up. A pleasure to meet you today. I guess let's get to it.
Right, yeah, come on. And he pulls the seat that Tenniel was using and sits down across from you and immediately places a heavily armored arm on the bar ready to go. And you kind of are a little hesitant as you see the gauntlet they're wearing is covered in pretty nasty looking spikes.
Okay. Ron puts his arm down and I guess clasps his hand.
Make an athletics check.
I want to
Oh,
pat
boy.
Avron kind of on the shoulder, like, "Hey, you got this, buddy," and cast enhance ability, and put some bold strength on Avron there. So advantage.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I had to turn away to grab my dice for my first roll of the night because it's been a lot. It's all been role play up to this point. All right. Avron.
With advantage, it was 21. So thank you.
That is a stiff difference. All right. As Griaz gives you this sagely advice and guidance, you and Rede start to fight against each other. And it actually doesn't take you too long to start forcing Rede's arm further against the table before finally slamming their gauntlet against the wood as they kind of wince and flinch slightly and pull their arm back and kind of shake it. And they kind of stare at you for a very cautious few seconds before that was great.
Is that over 20 gold?
I suppose wager's a wager. And he kind of pats the sides of his armor before kind of looking around and Esley, can you? I got it. And the serpentine half elf pulls a leather sack of coins and starts counting them out before tossing them across the tavern for you to catch.
Placed a wager on me to win.
Can I
That-
catch them before Gaharis does?
I'm pretty fast.
Okay.
Both of you make
But-
sleight of hand checks.
Okay. Oh man, sleight of hand, not my forte.
Mhm.
That's a 12.
So 17.
Okay. Gaharis, you go to catch it. It's a easy to receive toss, but Utaka, as you're just kind of finishing off your second thing of ale, you watch and just snatch it with the quick, practiced reflexes of a thief.
Seto's
Spin
very
it around
fast.
on him.
Thank you.
Rede stands up. I should get back to my table, but Mr. Ivron, I would love to have a proper fight with you sometime. You're really strong, way stronger than you look.
Like looking confused as to whether or not he should be insulted by that. He just puts his hand out and says, "If we meet again, why not?"
Sure thing. And he gives the rest of you a nod and returns to the table. Melvin, uh, you feel a light, delicate hand on your shoulder. And as you turn, you see this, seeing her close up, beautiful female satyr with flowing pink hair full of flowers, who just smiles and tilts her head at you as you flip through your book.
Hello there. Can I help you?
Hello, my name is Blossom. What are you reading?
It's a history book. And Melvin does his best to cover up the garbage fiction he's got in there. It's a history book. It's about a general leading forces many years ago. It's quite
Uh-huh.
it is there something you needed from me?
Oh, I just want to know about the book you're reading. It sounds very interesting.
Yes. I believe there's another copy of it on the shelves if you would like to help yourself to it.
But that sounds like a lot of work. I want you to tell me what it's about.
Well, it's really quite complicated. You see, first, over 1,000 years ago, this one leader, his name is quite hard to pronounce, and quite frankly, I don't even speak the language it's written in. He was leading his troops against a large empire, or larger than his home, and they got stranded inside. They got cut off from their homeland and had to fight their way out. And it's a diary of his strategic decisions on his during the journey.
Oh, thank you so much. That sounds very interesting. And she holds up a copy of it. I will definitely read it. Thank you. And she walks off. As you look, you see there is no book in your hands.
Miss,
Gaharis, Blossom approaches you and holds Melvin's book out to you. You asked me to make sure he didn't read it, so here you go.
That was quite wonderful. I will give her 10 of those 20 gold.
Thank you so much.
You mean my 20 gold?
I do believe that it was my wines that we wagered.
Fine.
But I will give you something better, and I will give one of the bottles of wine to Utaka.
I make the trade.
Blossom simply takes the gold and without any courtesy simply turns and rejoins her party at the table.
To be fair, that is the second beautiful ladies that we have sent over Melvin's way.
At this point, Melvin's walking towards Gaharis with his robes hiked up. Excuse me, sir, I was reading that book.
Oh, Melvin, what a coincidence. I had not seen you in this tavern. Come join us.
Melvin, did you lose your book? How much
I
have you had to drink?
One Melvin's magnificent wine spritzer, and I'm not
He's naming stuff after
intoxicated enough to lose a book.
Does that mean he's a real wizard now because he's naming stuff after himself?
You did it. We're so proud of you. Come drink.
I suppose one more spritzer will, it is my limit. I always try to imbibe responsibly.
That was your first mistake. Israel just says over her drink, like you let them know.
Yeah, do we have a designator adventure for this?
Well, no, but Mistra's gonna show up, so she could
There you go.
yeah,
Yeah.
she'll watch and she'll be fine, I'm sure. Where the fuck is Boss Lady? He's gonna
That is true. Are we supposed to wait here? Are we supposed to find some?
I'm gonna start patting my bags and my
I
pants
believe they
and
said they'd meet us
everything
here.
until I find the sending stone.
I will slide Melvin's book under the table to Griaz.
Yeah, he's just gonna pocket it. Put it in the bag.
Hey, boss lady, where are you? It's been like forever, and you were almost dead, and then you were like, "Hey, I'm not dead, but you're not here." So I'm just gonna keep rambling out loud.
And those of you who know how the sending stones work know that Utaka has long since passed over the limit of the message. But after a moment, Utaka, you do get a response. Yeah, I'm on the way back. Try not to tuck too deeply into the ale, Utaka. Uh, I'll see you in a bit.
I'm not too deep. I start yelling back at the sending stone, which does nothing.
Aren't you a little young to be drinking?
Ah.
All right. Is there anything else you guys would like to do while you're in this tavern?
Israel's actually going to order some food, whatever the heck that chili was.
Okay.
She doesn't know what it is, but she's like, I might as well at this point.
What do you got to lose?
Everyone else is like getting real drunk, and she's like, you know what? Actual food would probably be a better thing to imbibe than just more liquor in a weird place that I'm not even sure I like.
Fair enough. So as you you want to just go order up at the bar, all right? Asking Quincy for this supposed chili. They give you a nod. Uh, for each mouth, that'll be uh, let's call it a gold and 4 silver.
Oh, you misunderstand me. It's just for me.
Well, easy enough. 2 silvers then.
Cool. She gives them 2 silvers. She's not going to sit there and buy food that she's pretty sure at least half of them will not eat. Get food.
Fair enough. You return to the table, and after a minute, you all see this emerging from a back room of the tavern, this visibly steaming bowl of this bubbling red slush that appears to simply just be floating as it approaches the table and sets in front of you, Israel. And you feel a light pat on your shoulder, similar to the sensation of Francine of something invisible touching you before whatever it is uh, vanishes one way or another.
Didn't like that. She's not sure she likes the thing in front of her either. Bubbling and red. Is there anything perceivable in this of ingredients that she would recognize?
I'll call this a nature check.
Does the chili have beans?
Exactly. Like, are there beans? Like things like that.
Griaz, you can visibly smell beans and what appears to smell like peppers.
I do know the smell of beans.
Got an 11 nature.
It is a point of contention whether chili has beans or not.
You're wrong about chili, and that's
And
just
the answer is it does.
Shots
It does.
fired. Shots
Yeah,
fired.
we're making
Mostly a
controversial
Texas, I think.
stances on this stream.
That's my controversial stance. I will die on that hill.
And Israel, you don't recognize anything particular outside of what appears to smell, and you see the visible shavings of pepper. Other than that, it actually appears to be the impression you get at a glance is that this chili is very utilitarian. You're familiar with places with things like this in taverns where you come from, where the tavern would basically have a chili pot that would basically be constantly heated, cooled, and then reheated, made to last as long as possible, and people could just take from it as they pleased. So it's edible, just a bit old. But nothing about it gives you the impression that it'd be like particularly disgusting or dangerous.
She's going to try a small bit of this chili after it was pumped up to her, and this is like not impressive. So she is a bit more hesitant as she goes to try whatever this is.
As you taste it, the first thing is you immediately almost want to cough from the spice. It is spicy. Um, but as the spice starts to just kind of like itch and dance on your tongue, especially as you swallow the chili itself is actually delicious. It has this tender meat to it, and you almost get this as it goes down sensation of almost akin to honey. It kind of rotates between sweet and spicy, and a very interesting and distinct experience of flavors. It appears that they've mixed honey and peppers into this. It's an interesting experience. You're not 100% sure if you like it, but it's definitely distinctive.
That was a choice they made. She says she goes for another bite just to be sure of what she was experiencing. She sort of
The same like
and pushes it toward the center of the table, sort of like making it up for grabs for anyone else who wants it. She's not sure if she likes the honey edition. The rest was fine, but like the honey, that was weird. She was not sure about that.
Griaz will just like pull the bowl
Fair
towards
enough.
him. That's fine. Give like spoonful to him,
right.
spoonful to Junior.
Just
Okay.
Junior, like,
Any other orders or interactions you guys? Any other orders or interactions you guys want to do while you're waiting for a response from your boss or Mr. Tails?
Just that Melvin is going to be keeping an eye on the satyr, because he's pretty sure she stole his book.
You observe. For her part, she simply stays put. She appears to be paying you zero attention as she is just engaged with the rest of her group. Although you see intermittent spurts where she'll be like mid conversation with one person, but then immediately stop paying attention to them and go to the next person. But other than that, nothing about her, but beyond the everything else, strikes you as unusual, at least at a glance.
Not paying any attention to Melvin. Sounds perfectly normal. Checks out.
Hey everybody. Utaka and I are thinking about doing something kind of fun tonight. Maybe going to see a show. Y'all had interest in Harris, you already did a little bit of gambling today. I think that you're looking to wager a little bit more. It's a monster fighting ring. I don't know why I'm being. I mean, yeah.
That sounds amazing, and I'm in.
I figured you would be.
Sounds terrible and barbaric, and I am also in.
Yeah, I was going to drag you along one way or another.
Israel, you have to go.
Yeah. It's like as she's hearing this, she's like, I need to go because clearly I'm going to be the only responsible one, besides maybe Ephron, who might have the sense to not go at all.
Is monster fighting a thing where I'm from?
Make a history check.
Okie dokie. 16.
It is not a common practice where you're from, but you have heard of it. It is a common practice, typically closer to the Western hemisphere of the world, where it is relatively common, as adventuring in the sense it's traditionally understood is not common out west. And as a result, it's more common to capture and attempt to domesticate or tame wild creatures rather than simply send adventurers to exterminate them. So you're familiar with the concept, but it's not a local thing. Definitely far, far.
So would it possibly be unlawful where I'm from then?
Uh, it's not illegal. It's just not common. Although you get the
Yeah.
impression that having them fight like this is definitely questionable, especially
Oh
as
yeah,
you did notice Griaz being a little evasive before just coming right out with it.
yeah. Ivron's just gonna give him a glare and this grim look, but I think we have more important things to do. But if you all insist upon going, I suppose to keep you out of trouble. And he then just looks at Utaka, who is falling over
I,
himself.
I'd rather you drink here than not do it at home. All right. Gaharis, since Melvin has voted for you to pick up the group's tab, how many rounds of ale are you willing to spot the group? Um,
I will spot 10 gold worth.
okay. uh, okay. That's a
Given the
lot of
ale was
ale.
the inexpensive part.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's a lot of ale.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's my max cap. Like, if it's under that, then I would just buy the same suitable, maybe like 3 rounds.
Yeah, though there is a lot of you. I'm doing the mental math for it real quick.
Israel has had one drink, and that's it.
Gaharis probably has 3.
Melvin had 2.5 wine spritzers.
For 10 gold, you could probably supply about 4 rounds if everyone in the group drank.
And we know Tenniel isn't.
Yeah. So
maybe like
if
8
you're
gold.
yeah. So yeah, about it'd be closer to 7 because
Okay.
Melvin is cutting himself off, and a lot of the party's probably going to be close to passing out before they get that deep. Like 7 mugs in.
I'll probably get to like 5 with like 2 bathroom breaks.
Yeah, because Gaharis is only having 3 and he's already drank 2 because he had Melvin's original one and his. And I have 7 bottles of wine, so I can just drink while we walk.
Okay.
If they don't make you throw it out the venue.
So, you all stay at the Lucky Griffin, and with Gaharis's gold spotting you, you drink, and you drink. Soon, you don't know whether it's you or just the other adventurers who are equally dipping into their vices, but the whole tavern is starting to smell like ale and alcohol now. After about an hour and a half, by this point, you guys are firmly plastered. The door finally opens to reveal Tails and Detective Mistra. She's bearing a few scratches on her face, and her suit is filthy, but otherwise none the worse for wear.
Welcome back, boss lady.
Good to be back, Israel. She looks around at all of you, and immediately the smirk just gets a little bit wider. I leave you alone for 5 minutes, and she gestures to the just tower of empty mugs that is building up.
Well, if you'd come here faster, some of this might have been avoided.
I had to fight my way through a nest of mimics, and get my way through a city of goblins, and work my way here underground.
Sounds like excuses, Mistra.
Yeah,
You
they
made
are.
us think you were dead.
I scoot over.
I'm so glad to see you safe, boss. It's
good to see you safe as well, Melvin. I hear that with your assistance, Field Team C has managed to perform admirably against the Children of Redsight Incursion in Veilbright.
we successfully thwarted their attack. Unfortunately, we were unable to capture the suspect.
And unfortunately, you're not finished thwarting the attack. We have some information from the dancer that was captured that may be of interest.
There's more threats.
Lay it on
Zenzia
us.
is no time to waste.
Garrus, as you scoot over, the two of them join you at the table as Tails puts their sleeves together and thinks for a moment before looking to Garrus and Griaz at his sides. Did either of you pass anything unusual on the way to Vale Bright? An odd structure, bright colors.
A circus tent?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
As you probably have already figured out, that was a temporary base while the dancers awaited to rendezvous with Arpeggio. Before making their way to Vale Bright. Apparently, the reason they got here so far ahead of you was because they were using the elemental for mobility, and elementals are fast and never tire. He thinks for a moment and says, "Was there anything of note that you found inside the tent?"
I did not look inside the tent. I looked at Griaz.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of stands, some holding pens, but they were empty. Looked like maybe some trapeze equipment. If I had to get, there wasn't anybody in there. It was empty.
Through the interrogation, we've figured out the nature of Arpeggio's abilities. Apparently, their song gives them the ability to control elemental forces. Their grip on the mind is not as firm as Mr. Tenniel's, but it's a lot broader potential control. What specifically concerns me is I imagine you probably saw some colorful canvas, seemingly spare and lying around. They had a backup plan in the event of Arpeggio's failure. Apparently, they were meant to execute the two plans at the same time. I imagine that's what Arpeggio was waiting for whenever you all caught him off guard. Otherwise, he would have simply broken the walls down as soon as he arrived and not waited. He is silent for a second, and it took a bit of digging to get them to confess to it, but apparently the plan was to use Arpeggio or someone who possesses identical powers to them to turn that canvas into an artificial creature that would attack the city, which is why they set up the tent not far from here. The idea was to have the Bluefield Alliance invade. The monster would attack the walls, and both sides would think that the other had summoned it to aid them, and which would further stoke the conflict. To what end, I don't know.
Like a cloth elemental?
That's a good way to look at it, yes.
And it was gonna break stuff?
Its goal wasn't necessarily to damage the city. Its goal was to frighten the population into doing something rash that they couldn't take back, especially with, thanks to Arpeggio, the Bluefield Alliance actively invading.
People can be really stupid. That makes sense.
Unfor- Unfortunately, they can. That's why the ranks of wizards are very narrow.
Yeah, okay.
You do hear a smirk, a chuckle from Melvin behind you when they say that line. Just a smug little.
Israel gives him a look like, what are you chuckling about?
Yeah, he called you narrow.
Not even that. He's like not just a wizard, and she knows that. So she's like, what are you?
Yeah, what do you mean all smug about? Oh, you had to work for your magic?
So they're here and they can't do the cloth thing, but they're still gonna try and like cause a riot. So you want us to find some people and murder them?
No, you misunderstand.
Yeah, I do.
You appear to be heavily inebriated.
That's correct.
Maybe.
I feel like you would be better sober for the coming conflict. And he waves his sleeve at you, and you suddenly feel your head starting to like clear and your orientation becoming steadier. And you're just left with kind of a sickly
No.
feeling in your stomach.
Oh. Ah.
That's a neat trick.
I have many. It's not wizards aren't just clowns for parties. Anyway,
Speaking of parties, when do we go? What should we do? Are we fighting this Colossus as soon as they bring it up?
uh, what we managed to gather from the dancer, the plan is supposed to be enacted right away. The plan was to do it simultaneously with Arpeggio's attack, as I said, but they have no way of knowing that Arpeggio's attack has failed, so they will likely enact the plan anyway. And while the city will not necessarily be in danger, I don't like the idea of as Utaka has put it, cloth elemental rampaging through the city and stoking this conflict further than it needs.
Hey Matt, can you
Yeah.
turn it? Thanks, you can turn it back on
Um,
now.
son of
Uh, should I just start like doing that habitually whenever it happens?
Yeah, it's always gonna be the same.
Okay. Uh, just so that I can like continue.
Yep, no worries.
Uh, but yeah, putting their sleeves back together. Mistra, still smirking, looks over all of you and says, I know I promised all of you time off as soon as we got to Veilbright, and I do intend to keep that promise for what it's worth, but think you all could handle one last thing before you take a vacation and leave us to our own devices? How selfish of you.
The answer is yes. I'm ready to fight anything, as long as we're getting paid.
You're always getting paid. I'm not that heartless.
Melvin steps in behind Mishra and goes, I'm sure they can handle anything you throw at them.
Excuse me, where do you think you're going?
There's a library right down the road. I will be much more use there.
No.
If I remember our employee handbook correctly, once you have gone on one adventuring party investigators, you are no longer able to do research until you are redesignated.
Also, that library is in danger. You gotta protect it, buddy.
But isn't the protection what you're here for? All of you. You can do that, and I can read books.
I would be
No.
happy to offer you an internship at the library if you assist with driving off the cloth elemental.
I'm in.
That's
You
my
are
boy.
so predictable.
And Israel just gives him a look like, run that by
My stomach hurts. Okay, whatever.
So to fight a
It
cloth
does.
elemental, don't we
I'm
just
sure
need
it
like
does.
a fire elemental or something? I mean, it's just cloth. I mean, how big is this thing supposed to be? Do we need like an equally sized monster to fight it?
I don't think that would be the preferable option. But
That's the
if
fun option.
Are you
Yeah.
saying you don't want a kaiju battle in the middle of the city? You
Uh,
set out of character.
I don't suppose we have at least 8 hours to rest before this plan will be enacted?
unfortunately, that's unlikely.
Have the leaders of
Fuck.
both Bellbright and the Bluefield army been notified of this?
Of course. And that's the other thing I wanted to come to inform you on. I made the delivery, he gestures to you, Taka, as requested, and the Bluefield Alliance thanks Field Team C for their efforts in aiding the Bluefield Alliance army. And the generals are currently evacuating their forces to avoid being casualties in the coming attack.
Sensible of them.
You've done the impossible and broken a siege that's lasted months, and we're grateful for that. We just need your assistance one more time, and then you will have some time off to rest and recoup, and you will regroup once we have some new cases for you. And that is something I wanted to discuss. He looks to Regina and Teniel, and he kind of squints for a moment and turns and stares over your head, Israel, and waves his sleeve again. And Francine shimmers into view and kind of looks down at themselves, confused. They say, unfortunately, we will need to take the subjects back into custody. However, I have been informed that you have all become close allies in the field. So it would not be against my better judgment to allow them to assist you in this battle if you think they're fit for it.
You should take Francine with you. They're not suited for a battlefield. and would likely prefer a space to relax and recuperate from the long journey.
Francine gives a nod and kind of their eyes turn to Regina, who is currently completely out and unconscious on the table. They were heavy into the ale.
And it seems that our medic is incapacitated at the moment, so
I'll make sure they're sobered up enough to patch you all up afterwards.
Did the dancers have poisonous daggers? Did you check the weapons they were using?
Their weapons weren't inherently magical, but exotic.
Just wanted to check.
It's a fair question. It's good to ask questions, especially in our line of work. He gives a nod and looks you all over. I will take Regina and Francine into custody. If you think he may be of assistance, he appears sober. Mr. Tenniel can remain with you and will be taken in after the battle is concluded.
Mr. Tenniel, what would you like to do?
That is very true. You are a free man.
Tenniel ponders for a second and signs out. I figure I might as well stay with the group just for this, if I'm going to be going back in a cell for a while afterwards anyway.
Fair enough.
Very well. I will return quickly. Take the time to ready yourselves and sober up. We will give you all a post on the walls to watch for the incursion. Detective Mistra and I will rally any gestures to the remaining adventurers and begin taking up posts around the city. We don't. Utaka raises a fair point that there may be simultaneous riots planned to stoke the conflict further, and we'll need someone within the city walls to deal with that. If this is agreeable to everyone.
Suits me.
That sounds perfect. I'm ready to go.
All right. I'll be back shortly. Be ready. And he vanishes. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Yay.
Oh my goodness. Goodness. Yeah. I've been hitting the ale. All right, everyone. Get some water. Get a snack. We will be back in about 10. So
For goodness sakes.
Oh, goodness. We will be back. We love you all. Hey everyone, we're back! I hope you didn't miss us too much.
All right. Are you guys ready to dive back in?
Yeah.
Please.
So, as Tails transports himself away, leaving you alone with Mistra and Tenniel, as shortly after Tails' disappearance, Regina, unconscious, vanishes, and Francine shortly after. What would you all like to do?
So do we need to like find this thing before it like starts doing shit?
Like you said, we'll take up a post on the walls. You all have your things. Don't leave anything here. I know a few of people over on that table have grabby hands.
That sounds wonderful. I will just set out. I think Harris just grabs his bag and goes.
All right.
Yeah, Israel's just following. She
Come
has
on.
everything.
How packed are the streets?
Uh, uh, I'll get to that in just a second. As you all grab your things and start standing up, Mistra gives a nod. All right, no time to waste. Tails says we have hours at most, and hurries out, running specifically alongside you, Ivran, as you step up, like kind of trying to deliberately keep pace with you. As you all step out into the streets. The streets are relatively crowded. Again, people, despite the siege, are just kind of going about their business, which you and Ivran have already picked up as kind of off-putting and odd. Um, uh, so yeah, the streets are relatively crowded, but Tails made clear that they intend to get the other two parties to quell any potential Children of Red Sight incited riots or panic as you engage the construct.
Okay.
Um,
As we're running then.
you're muted.
As we're running then, I will use my tail and I'll like wrap it around Israel's like arm or hand so that we like form a chain, like a daisy chain, so that like if a crowd starts pushing against us for a riot, we can all kind of stay together.
Uh, as you all begin to run,
I'm not holding hands.
Israel's
Mistra,
holding like your shirt.
Ah, I can't keep up. Stop it. Okay.
Mistra watches the kind of chain of people that's forming and gives a kind of smirk and looks up to you, Ivran, before kind of jumping and like basically like just kind of monkeying up to hold on to your back. You've got longer legs, big man.
It's like wearing a hat. And he's just like striding.
Oh, I
with
like to think I
long
have more
strides.
muscle than that.
Melvin's just tucked in behind Griaz, following whatever trail he leaves in the crowd.
Well, Griaz is carrying Melvin for sure. It's
Okay.
what he does.
Ivran, you feel Mistra's hands kind of clasp as she kind of rests her head and just basically just happily just like lounges, seeming content to not put any effort into this sprint that you're all in, as she kind of leans her head to the side. So, what's your plans after, assuming you survive this? I promised you all a vacation after all.
I don't think it's time to think about that now. That's all Ivron would say.
I plan to spend it whatever time off I have in the library, examining every tomb I can get my hands on. There's nothing better in life than a fresh library.
There will be some pushback on that, but not now.
You know, if you think about it, the freshest library is just a forest.
No. The library is what you turn the forest into, my friend. The knowledge, the collection of data and observations.
Maybe you
Stories.
can threaten his homeland a different time and we'll solve this now.
Man, I need to teach you how to talk to trees. They got some real good stories.
You're all so panicked.
No.
That is not true. I am never panicked.
Mistra kind of gives a shrug and still just smirking as she clasps her hands and just basically just takes Avron's suggestion to turn herself into a hat as she just basically like a cat lounges on his head.
I want to know more about the mimics, the things that we ran away from you with, where you're like, go on ahead.
Oh, it was terrible. And she like kind of twists around to like lounge like upside down and backwards on Everon's head. Everon, you can see her arm just kind of dangling in your periphery. Uh, um, as she grabs her hat to prevent it from falling as she's kind of jostled as you guys run. I did manage to secure a few magical items I was intending to share with all of you after this is done. Melvin, I found you a new spell book.
New spell book?
Yes, you can take it now if you want, although it may take you some time to get used to it, so now might not be the best time.
Now, is it safe where you have it now?
She gives a shrug. Whether it's safe or not, I have it.
Okay. Well, I'll take it after the battle here. Whenever this monster shows up.
Sounds good. And she kind of pulls herself up, just kind of like, just kind of watch the trail you guys are leaving as people kind of stop, because most of them seem completely unaware that anything's amiss, or just kind of watching as a heavily armed group of mercenaries just sprint through the city. Tenniel kind of huffing to keep pace, as he does not strike you as athletic, so it is not as hard for him to keep pace. Is there anything notable you guys would like to do? Mistra is kind of giving you guys points towards to get to the walls. Is there anything in particular you guys would want to do on the way?
Can all you like do me one favor and remember that I gave you all those fucking potions and use them?
I didn't get any potions.
Everyone who was there and with us.
You're very
You
selfish.
left
I'm
us.
paying you, and you don't give me anything.
Well, then
we don't
you gotta
have
ask.
any more.
Everyone's
'cause-
just gonna hold his potion up to Mistro and be like, "Here."
You need it more than I do, big man.
Exactly. But I can't even give you any. I don't have any anymore.
Oh, it's fine. You're just selfishly keeping the hoard to yourself. I understand. Artificial scarcity. I know how capitalism works.
I have two if you need one.
No, you keep those.
You really need them, Melvin.
I tend to stay out of trouble, but
Well, right now you're
Running
sprinting
towards-
in the direction in it.
yes, but see, I keep the big ones in front of me is the secret.
That's very smart. And she kind of shifts her weight to kind of like hang off of Everon's back. Mistra escorts all of you towards the outer rim of the second tier of walls, where there is a massive staircase going down the mountain towards the first tier, where there is another set of walls, the ones that you had seen on your way in. And as you guys start hurrying your way down the stairs, it's a long way down. And Mistra is just like, first tier of Valebright, residential district, and homes for rent. Housing is surprisingly cheap. And you see this just haze of steam and fog from the inversive waterfall, kind of forming almost like clouds of warmth over the walls of the city. And you can see at the first tier of walls, there is actually palisades being built essentially alongside the top, presumably to prevent the Bluefield lines from just climbing up. And at the second tier of walls, you can actually see what appear to be trebuchets under construction. They don't appear to be finished yet, though. And you all run down the stairs, weaving your way through densely packed alleyways and city streets, residents being kind of pushed to the side. And about as you guys make it down the stairs and halfway across the first tier residential area of Valebright, you start to hear a sound echo over the city. This sort of siren-esque sound as you start to hear yells of fright from the surrounding people. As Ivron, you feel Mistra kind of lounge comfortably around your neck. Sounds like it's here, or at least they've seen it.
Israel's gonna look out over, I guess, while they're still high enough up to see if she can see anything that has alerted the alarm.
Make a perception check.
That is a 21.
Okay. You don't, because you're currently working your way through the residential area, so the walls block off your vision of the surrounding area. But on the way down the stairs, you did catch something out in the fleeting forest. You saw this almost like out of place, sort of bronze or tan colored shape, massive, kind of slightly shifting. And you initially hadn't thought too much of it when you saw it, but it did kind of strike you as odd. But now that you hear the sirens, you imagine, especially given how Tales had described this construct, it does catch you off guard. Um, you guys make it to the base of the walls, and Mistra actually stands at attention, just kind of sitting on your shoulder, Ron, and snaps her fingers at a set of guards who are kind of looking around in a panic, seeming equally confused as at one of the lifts that would go up the long way up the walls. We're taking the lift. We do not have time for the stairs. And the guards kind of put up a hand, just like, who are you? And Mistra just kind of reaches down to grab your the hem of your armor, Ivron, and kind of shakes it to because you usually wear your GSIA badge, correct? To put your badge on display. And the guards kind of hands up and step aside to allow you all to quickly shuffle onto the platform. Um, uh, as Mistra hops off of your shoulders, Avron, to stand on the ground off of the lift, and just kind of watches you all with a grin, and just like, so you all think you're ready for this? You all know I have a talent for quelling riots, so I think I'd be better suited down here to keep the panic under control. The other parties can only be in so many places at once. You think you can handle this on your own?
We're going to.
That sounds
Good
like some
luck.
things that we can totally do.
She gives a tip of the hat to all of you. Uh, Try not to die. It'd look bad on my paperwork. And with that, she slithers and slinks off towards, walking perfectly casually, despite the fact that she's going into a panicking town to quell a rowdy and potentially rioting townsfolk. Um, and the guards kind of look to all of you with a nod before pulling the lever, and the lift begins to ascend up the walls. Um, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30, 40, 50. You all have a aerial view of the city now as you continue to ascend the walls, and you can see people are scrambling and panicking. Um, uh, um, and Israel, with your perception check from earlier, you thankfully don't see or hear anything that would indicate full-on rioting, but there is definitely some panic. You imagine that the siege has been so stagnant that the townspeople have no idea what to do with an attack actually imminent. Um, uh, and finally, 60, 70 feet high, the lift stops, and you are all now on the top of the outer first tier walls of Veilbright. Um, as you all step on, you're on this like very well crafted and carved ornate marble and stone. And looking past the palisades, you can see the massive drop 70 feet down, and then the canyon, which would in total make that somewhere in the ballpark of a 120-foot drop if you got unlucky. Um, uh, and you see the Bluefield Alliance army scattering, uh, scrambling, gathering their equipment, putting out campfires, and running for the hills. As Israel, you spot this first with your perception check. A massive set of bronze-colored wings arises over the fleeting forest, and a massive bronze-colored dragon, mountainous in size, takes to the sky and takes in a breath as its stomach visibly inflates. Another beat of wings, and you can see pine needles scatter from the forest below. Before finally it begins to make its way a beeline for the city.
This was not in the job description.
It's a construct. It's not a real dragon.
What the fuck?
Are there any trebuchets or war machines on the wall?
There was, but you saw that they're still under construction. They're not finished yet.
How far out is this?
The dragon is out at the Fleeting Forest and closing. You guesstimate at the rate it's flying. You guys probably have about 20 minutes tops before it, and that's assuming it doesn't pick up speed any further.
So the trebuchets are not constructed yet.
Yeah, the siege engines are not ready for battle yet.
Are there any
what level are they
bows or
not?
anything, or arrows or javelins like just stored on the walls? Like,
Make a investigation check. And Griaz, what were you asking? Sorry.
At what level are they not completed? Like, is this just like IKEA pieces sitting, or is it like?
Yeah. They're, the foundations are built, but the actual mechanics are still being worked on.
So you've got like the T shape and probably the wooden.
Exactly.
structures,
Yes.
Like the rest of the mechanical gears, the pulleys.
Yeah. Exactly.
The counterweight probably isn't attached.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have 20 minutes, could he spend several minutes of using mending to try to assemble one?
And could Melvin assist him with his? No, I don't have anything that'll assist intelligence-wise. I'm sure he's read books about war machines before.
I could make the argument that if Melvin was assisting with with mending as well, that Ivron and Geharis would probably have knowledge of siege equipment, at least a basic understanding.
'Cause
Okay.
I do have mending as well, so we can double team one.
Okay. I will say the trebuchets are on the second tier, but you do see on either side of you right now, there are those fortifications, the kind of structures to allow soldiers to take cover. Also, Garrus, what was your investigation, just so I can say if you find anything?
Don't even worry about it.
Bad.
It was a 3.
Even if it's there, like he's not finding it.
Yeah, I'm looking up at the clouds. I'm like, man, what a nice day.
What a good day to fight a dragon.
Yeah, I've always wanted. At least it's not a troll.
You all see that on each fortification there is a somewhat small, but with some mending could be finished quickly, catapults.
I'm down for that.
All right, so you guys want to all funnel up into one of the fortifications to get a catapult working?
Well,
I'll say with all of... Go on.
Well, I don't think Utaka's quite qualified to help with war weapon construction, but if I could find sharp metal objects lying around that they could throw at this cloth creature, I will do that.
Make another investigation check.
Okay.
I will assist in the investigation check, except I'm specifically looking for projectiles,
Yeah, I'll allow that. So
javelins.
make that with advantage, Utaka.
Why am I?
So
that's a 15.
Okay.
It's gonna be a 5.
Okay, noted. So Geharis, Ivron, Melvin, and Griaz, you all funnel up into one of the fortifications. You find yourselves in a square, just one of those castle blockade areas with a set of stairs leading up to the top where you saw the catapult. You work your way up the stairs, and Griaz and Melvin, you start magically mending it. As Geharis and Ivron, you give them instruction on where the pieces are meant to go, how they fit together, how they work. You guys are in a hurry as you see the dragon flapping its wings, getting ever closer, covering ground it took you guys hours to cover in minutes. Utaka, you and Israel begin to search the surrounding castle and walls as you can hear soldiers scrambling to get to the defenses and help however they can. Utaka, you're scrambling and panicking. This is the biggest thing you've ever seen, and you have to fight it, and you are terrified. But Israel, you see a small chest, and prying it open, it does not appear to be locked. You see javelins, arrows, and crossbow bolts.
Cool deal. take what you can carry. I'll get the rest. And she's going to take probably a store of it as she goes along, probably to speak to the guards and sort of get them on a level of as soon as it's in range, we need to fire like in unison at that thing, aim for the wings, like try and take it down, aim for weak spots, basically.
Roger that.
Can I, given the nature of what you said we found, can I start snapping them off so that I take like the metal heads and we can shoot shrapnel?
Easy enough to do. Sure.
Okay. That's what I will do then. I will take the stuff that Israel found and like mutter like half a tirade that's like half praying, half swearing as I break these things and like start making a pile of shrapnel.
All right.
And since you mentioned that the walls were kind of being constructed as well, is there like loose brick or stone?
Make an investigation check.
It's 19.
Okay. Looking around, the stone unfortunately appears to be smooth. However, it does look like if you really tried, you could probably pull some of the stone and marble brick hunks off of the fortifications where you guys are right now. But that's the best you can get. It appears this place was pretty smoothly and ornately cut.
Yeah, he's not looking to destroy the fortifications though. I didn't know if you said that like some of the crenellations were still being built and if there were like materials being used for the construction of further.
There's not appear to be ammunition immediately
Fair
on
enough.
hand since they were still under construction.
All good.
But Mutaka may have provided you with the potential to turn a catapult into a shotgun.
Well, and if Utaka has shrapnel, then Griaz would loose shrapnel is awesome, but he also has nets. He would try to bundle it to make a solid kind of projectile.
Utaka, do you want to give up your shrapnel to Griaz when he asks for it?
Yeah, I trust that pretty much everyone here knows how to better handle this situation than I do.
All right. So you guys get this just daisy chain going. Israel readying just quiver after quiver of arrows from the ammunition stores. And Utaka, the crossbow bolts and javelins that Israel doesn't take, you snap, break off the metal head, give to Griaz, and at once he has like a good handful, tying them into a net and readying them as like an improvised projectile for the catapult that Melvin, Gaharis, and Ivran are still working on repairing. As you all take up position on the fortifications, and Utaka, as you snap a javelin over your knee, you look, you can see the dragon is now flying over the salt flats, its shadow being cast over the panicking Bluefield Alliance army, although it appears to be ignoring them with its eyes dead set on the city walls.
I'd like to cast a spell in preparation of this thing getting to us.
Go for it.
I would like to cast Armor of Agathis.
Nice.
So for an hour, I have 5 temp HP. And I also, if I'm hit during the next hour with a melee attack, the creature takes cold damage.
Noted. All right, so you grab your sword, you cast your spell, and your body grows cold, colder than usual, as ice clings to your armor, like being absorbed from the mist and fog perpetually hovering over Vale Bright. Does anyone else have any final preparations?
I have something in my equipment called napalm fruit. You want to remind me what that is?
Napalm. It is fruit with explosive seeds.
Yeah, he's gonna pop that into the projectile as well.
Melvin's gonna cast Mage Hand and locate it when he's gonna hold it so that it doesn't last super long. It only lasts for.
It's a cantrip, so you can just refresh it.
Yeah. So he's gonna cast it near the catapult so that they can use Mage Hand to operate it if he thinks that's possible.
Yeah, like someone will
yeah.
Someone will need to load and ready it, but you can use Mage Hand to fire it.
Gotcha.
Okay. Gaharis, your armor of Agathis freezes around your arms and torso. Utaka, you give Griaz one final handful of crossbow and javelin heads. Israel, you're loaded down with about 4 quivers worth of arrows now as you knock an arrow into your bow. Avron, the catapult seems ready, and you pull it and ready to be loaded. Griaz, what would you like to load into the catapult?
So I kind of imagine this is a like singular projectile, kind of all bundled in this net with the napalm at the
Yes.
center, and then kind of like all of the shrapnel essentially around it. He has made a dirty bomb.
Oh my god, this is awesome!
And they said collecting random things all the time was bad.
I
Right.
gave you an explosive fruit. You're using it as a weapon. I am happy.
What did you think it was going to be used for? Realistic.
Oh, I knew it was going to be used for this.
All I'm picturing right now is the bombs from like Donkey Kong 64 when you throw the melons and they blow up.
Yeah.
And then if he can, before it is going to be fired, he would cast produce flame on it just to give it just a little bit of extra spice,
Ooh, okay.
just a little extra kick to it, you know.
Yeah, okay. All right. So, is that the final preparations?
Other
So
than
it-
Israel's giving the instructions down the line to hold fire until it enters range, and then to fire on her signal for the weak points she specified, like eyes, wings, that sort of thing.
And Israel, do me a favor, make me another perception check since you're looking for weak points.
Cool deal. Let's see if I can do any good. 10.
Yeah, it's big, so you tell it to aim for those weak points. All right,
Like, until it gets closer, she's
many-
not going to see anything.
that's fair.
Are there any specific spots that would be like a place where it's kind of flat for the crenellation so that if Harris needed to jump on this thing, he could?
It would need to be flying low, but you
Yeah.
estimate you, in theory, could.
Because I think Harris is assuming this thing is going to swoop down Nazgul style and pick up some of the archers.
Okay.
And
What
he's
is now
always
that you
wanted a
said that?
flying mount.
I mean, I have an actual reaction to the Nazgul scream, and it is to hit the deck and look at the sky, despite the fact that they don't exist.
I know. I respect that.
How many projectiles do we have to use with the catapult?
In total, so you're loading them up with a good amount of shrapnel. How many seeds did you have on you, Grias?
I don't know. I had literally the phrase napalm fruit listed in equipment.
I think I'm gonna say you guys had something in the ballpark of like 3, maybe 4.
Sure.
So you estimate, yeah, you probably have about 4 shots of the catapult worth.
Okay.
Didn't anybody pick up some too when Barry was like feeding Clyde?
It was
Yeah.
just you and I there,
The
and I don't
person
think
that
we
had
touched them.
no, the person that took them was Amy's character.
Papillon.
Papillon.
Oh, yeah.
Papillon was the one that took all of them and then waddled back to Goldshine Investigation with like armfuls.
All right.
So, Ivron, you pull the catapult into place. Griaz and Utaka load their improvised frag grenade into it. Melvin, you ready your mage hand on the lever of the catapult. Israel, you ready to signal the archers. And Geharis, you pull out your sword. And the thought that runs through your head, I'm going to ride that. As the dragon draws closer, it crosses the threshold of the Bluefield Alliance camp, starts to cross the salt flats you guys have crossed to get to the canyon, and it starts to close in on the canyon. It is within range if you guys wish to open fire.
Melvin's going to try something a little different here. He's going to cast Dispel Magic on it.
Okay,
That's an attack.
Range of 120 feet. So
sure. Okay. Is that a saving throw on my end?
I roll
or,
on my spellcasting ability check. It's the DC is equivalent to 10 plus the spell's level. So whatever the spell level of what was used to animate that.
Okay.
Plus 10.
Okay. So go ahead.
plus my bonus 7. That's a 20.
You ready your magic dispelling. You pull your hands back and you cast it, and you feel elated as for a brief moment you actually see its flight kind of like stutter and funnel, but after a moment it corrects its flight and continues forward. You missed it by 1.
So close.
I felt a chill through my heart when you said 20 because I was like, don't say 21. Don't.
Haha, we have rendered 2 boss
I wouldn't have been
fights.
mad. I wouldn't have been mad for the record. I was more just like, are you kidding me?
And lucky for you, construct flying above us, that was my last 3rd level spell slot.
Yeah, you came
Ooh.
so close, dude.
Oh man.
Are we
Who's
still
firing
able
the
to
catapult?
fire? Yeah, still able
Yeah.
to fire it.
Yeah.
All right. I will say whoever wants to fire it, you can roll with advantage because pretty much the whole group is coming together to help with this.
Yeah,
And
I was gonna
Israel,
say. Is
you
it
give the
dexterity?
archers the signal. So this will be a siege weapon attack. So yes, I will call this I'll call it dexterity to aim it.
How many feet away from us in total would it be at this
Yeah.
point?
It's just closing into 120 and
Okay.
closing.
Okay, then I'm gonna look all heroic. Because I can't do anything.
All right.
I'm just getting my ramp. Maybe I picked up some rocks or some barrels and I'm just making like a running ramp.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
climb on Barry.
I got a nat 20 on my Eldritch Blast at this thing.
Okay.
Because as Israel draws back at the archers, hers noticeably glows where theirs do not.
All right. So you and the archers line on the walls with you on the fortification with your friends as you pull your arrow back and wait for the signal. And who's rolling for the catapult?
If you want to agree as you can, Ivron would just pull out his sword and, if he's able, cast Sacred Weapon.
Can
Yeah.
I say that my multiple swears and prayers count as guidance on him hitting this thing?
Sure.
Okay.
So
That's a 1d4.
yeah. So add a d4
Okay.
to your result. And Ivron, real quick, what does Sacred Weapon do?
It's his channel divinity, and as an action, he just imbues his weapon with positive energy, and for 1 minute, the weapon is considered magical, adds +5 to attack rolls, and emits a bright light of 20 feet.
I'll allow that.
And-
Sure.
yeah.
So you cast your spell on the projectile as it begins to glow. The javelin and crossbow bolt head kind of rumbling a bit as Griaz.
He cast it on his sword. He's,
Oh, okay.
I
I
don't
thought.
think he can cast it on like
Okay.
something.
Okay. Look, you said you weren't sure if you would be able to, so I was like, oh, maybe you're probably trying to do the catapult. Okay, sorry, my mistake. So Ivron, you with your now glowing sword, and Gaheris with your freezing armor, as Israel, you give the signal, and Griaz and Melvin with mage hand, Griaz barehanded, pull the lever as the catapult fires your improvised projectile. Griaz, dexterity roll, and if you, I'm assuming you probably don't have proficiency in siege equipment, so just straight dexterity.
Probably not.
And
I'm
you
not sure
get
anybody that does.
1d4 plus.
Right. So I went ahead and used my inspiration. So I rolled an 18 in total.
18 in total. Okay. That is a hit. I'll roll the damage since it's a kind of an improvised projectile. So I
How
kind
many
of
D20s of damage is this going to be?
it's not gonna be D20s. It's gonna be high, but not that high. Because you basically created like 3 grenades in one. Okay, good lord. Okay, Israel, as you and the archers pull back, you actually see something. You hear first. You hear the sound of horns funnel through your ears, and your eyes are drawn to the underside of one of the dragon's wings. Griaz, what you had seen as almost like a patchwork, like patches on the canvas that was used to create this beast, Israel, you see it's a vulnerable stitch in patch. The canvas is unfinished, and you pull your arrow back and fire. There's a massive burst of air as your arrow soars through. Go ahead and roll the damage for your Eldritch Blast, and something special will happen for you hitting that patch. So that was a critical hit, so make sure you count for that in your damage.
Oh, should I add my produce flame damage to?
Yes. So I'll roll for the projectile itself because you did hit it, and then yeah, you roll for your produce flame damage.
So for crit, is it just double damage that I roll, or
Yeah, double the damage you roll, and then you add any modifiers.
okay, double the damage I roll, add any modifiers. Cool. So that is 12 doubled is 24.
Okay. All right, and Griaz, your produce flame.
Yeah, I did max damage, so that's 16.
Fucking look at you guys right away.
That's a roll 22, baby.
We've
Hell
learned
yeah.
to go hard on the first round.
And no, that's fair. I never understood why people held back. Okay, and Griaz, what type of damage is this?
This is fire damage. This is
Okay.
his Brody moment. This is his smile, you son of a bitch.
All right, and so how much did you do again?
Matt, do you want me to move us on roll 20? Do you have a map for this?
Yes, but I was gonna wait till the dragon lands. I'm just doing the damage.
If it
first.
lands. Yeah, it was 16 fire damage.
It was 16 fire damage before you hit a fucking blimp with it.
Oh, the humanity.
That's good. I like that. All right, good fucking lord, right away. All right. And let me take into account the literal grenade that you launched at it, shrapnel and all. Good fucking lord. That's an extra 23 piercing. So to put that into perspective, you guys just did a total of 79 damage. And you all can see this now as Israel's Eldritch Blast pops one of the patches. This just torrent of air begins to just shoot free from it, and the dragon begins to shrink as it flies through the air. It's still massive, but growing slightly smaller as it gives one final flap and lands on the walls. You hear the screaming in the town grow ever louder as it draws in breath and blows a massive torrent of air into the sky, parting the fog and mist cloud over Valebright with just this gust of wind it shoots from its mouth as it gives a low growl. And looking up close, you can see how artificial this thing looks, but from a distance, it's terrifying as it turns to you and lets out a low growl as the guards begin to scramble and panic to draw their swords. I would like everyone to please roll initiative. Israel, with a critical strike, you activated this thing's patchwork ability. Every time a natural crit is dealt to it, it grows a size smaller and it has a few other interesting effects.
Ooh.
Please tell me it gets slightly faster if the air is shooting out the back of it.
Like I said, some other interesting effects.
That is an interesting effect.
Hey Pharaoh, for once I actually rolled well on initiative.
Are you using the right dice this time?
Not the metal ones. I have to do my Harris dice. That's the blue ones.
Uh-huh. Alright, roll 20. Let's get over there.
Yeah, and I will transfer you guys to the map in just a second. I'm just making the appropriate adjustments based on Israel getting that shot off. That was a good shot.
Yeah, I am pretty happy about that. Might be the only good shot she makes today.
All right. Let me get its health situated, and then I will transfer you guys over. 79 damage right away. Good lord. All right.
Take that, dragon.
Take that, you god dang dragon. All right, let me there you go. However, it is now a size smaller, so let me make the appropriate adjustment there. Let me actually put it in the token layer as well. I always do that. I always put it on the map layer by mistake.
The layer setup in Roll20. I don't miss it with my new little thing I use.
So Israel, you're about here-ish. Taka, let's say you're here. You guys can be anywhere within that little cube. You're on the top floor of that, so you have to go down the stairs and then out to get onto ground level with it. Or you can make the jump. It doesn't look like high enough that it would hurt you, but
Can,
but it would
is
slow
this
you down.
a wall that Barry could scale?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So with that, did everyone already roll for initiative?
Mhm.
All right. Give me there the thing in roll 20. How do I pull it up to do initiative there?
Okay, let me clear it for you because I can also do this for you, so it'll.
Okay, yeah. So I'll just do the call outs while I'm doing the last setup.
So let me do. I'll hit mine and then it'll move. It'll start it in the order, and then I can just edit people accordingly.
Awesome. All right. So 25 to 20.
I have 22.
All right. 20 to 15.
16.
Ivron has 19.
Okay, so Ivron was 19.
Yeah.
And Utaka, what was yours?
16.
16.
And mine's 17.
One sec. One sec, I'm slow at this. Oh, shoot.
The dice have blessed you all.
So 16 Utaka?
So far.
And Kari?
Yeah, so far.
17.
17, okay.
All right. 15 to 10.
Melvin got a 14.
And Gria's got a 13.
Thanks for letting me go first, bud.
You roll. Anything for you.
Okay. I believe that's everyone. And our beastie, I'm not even joking, natural 1. So I feel like having one of its patches blown off before it even got there probably threw it off a little bit, especially with Melvin so nearly just deflating it quite literally right then and there.
All right, so
I'm gonna one-shot something here.
Yeah, you seriously, like, I was just like, it's so close. I seriously considered just letting it fly because how close you were, but I was like, nah, it's end of season. And they need a proper boss.
Time to hydrate.
Oh, hydrate time.
So Matt, can you see the initiative order?
Just a second. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I'll just remember that I can now reveal this creature is called the Dragon Blimp. The Dragon Blimp goes last. So, okay. So, if you guys are ready, top of the round. Gaharis, you're up. The Dragon Blimp has landed. It's now smaller, but still quite literally huge. And snarling and looking around as its gaze settles on all of you in the tower who struck. And you can still see air violently exuding from the patch Israel had blown off under its wing.
Where Melvin's standing, is that the way down to it?
No, so that's the doorway out. So you guys are on the top floor. So basically, here, let me get the thing here. You would have to go. So like Melvin, for instance, would have to go to the stairs, down the stairs, and then out.
Okay.
I don't know how to simulate floors in Roll20. So
yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. So I'm gonna take the dash action, which will get me to the door. So I'm standing behind the door on the basement level. I'm gonna move myself right there, just
to
indicate it.
Yeah, as you kind of take cover as the Dragon Blimp snarls. All right, is that it for you?
That should be it for me.
Okay, Ivron, Gaharis darts down the stairs, presumably to engage the beast in melee. What would you like to do?
So this is just a parapet looking down, right?
Yeah.
I think Ivron, for the very first time so far, is going to use his Radiant Soul ability. So his eyes begin to glimmer, and to add flavor to it, could his oath carved into his arm glow?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Do you want to expose your arm or no?
Yeah, I figured it was kind of.
Okay, I just want to be. Again, I'm trying to get into the habit of asking so that I don't like yank the flavor out of your hands. So you'll watch as Ivron pulls their sleeve back, and you can see the oath of the Hell Knights carved into his arm, which begins to glow along with Ivron's eyes as his radiant soul kicks in.
and two incorporeal wings developed, and he's just gonna fly straight for the dragon.
Okay. Your wings unfurl as you leap and begin to fly with your glowing sword drawn, ready to smite the hell out of this blimp. And also, I apologize for if I cut you off or interrupted you earlier.
No, you're fine. On top of all that, I think he's just gonna shout something in Celestial, but other than that,
Okay.
he's charging towards it.
All right. The paladins charge in. At the end of your turn, Ebron.
1 second, real quick, Irvon. What did you shout? Because
Melvin can understand.
Melvin can understand you.
In Celestial, he'd shout, "By dawn's light, fear my wrath," and then he just charges forth.
That's good. I like that. As the dragon blimp, its head swivels and gives a, and you can see it visibly puffing up more air into itself, attempting to reclaim some of its lost mass. Israel, you're up.
Yeah, she's against the whole regaining mass and wants to put a few more holes in it. And
All right.
That elevation over it with
You have
ranged
advantage.
weaponry, she's feeling good. So there's going to be another Eldritch Blast to the next weak point she sees.
Okay, make me an attack roll with advantage because you have elevation.
Oh, that was so good, but I'll roll again anyway. All right, so first one was 25, the second one was 21.
So to be clear, were either of those a nat 20 or no?
No, I think they were both dirty 20s.
Okay.
And actually, do I just get 2 Eldritch Blasts because I'm level 5? I think I do. I don't know. Let me check that.
Yeah, you have 2.
You do.
Yeah, I've got 2, so we can
All
just take this both as attacks. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, again, you have advantage because you have elevation.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
so
should roll.
if they both hit.
Well, I'll say both of those hit.
Yeah, so yeah, the other 2 rolls are not as good. Oh, 2 25s, excuse me.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely hit. Roll for damage.
Cool. Alrighty, let's. Can you not? What did it do? Alright, there we go. 1 hits for 7, and the other for 9.
Noted. Okay. So you draw an arrow, and it doesn't leave as deep of a puncture because it doesn't destroy a patch, but you do start poking more holes in it with eldritch arrow after eldritch arrow as the sound of horns continues to ring in your ears. Is that it for you?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Utaka, you're up. You are astride Barry, so just note that with the token situation.
Okay, so how high up are we? Exactly.
If you wanted to climb down, it looks to be about 15 feet.
Okay, so then Barry's just gonna dash, so I'm gonna get there, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, easily, handily.
Yeah. Okay. I will move you appropriately, unless you want to. I believe you should have control over the Barry token.
I do now.
Yeah. So.
I mean, they're there.
Yeah, and then you can. Here,
Well.
Yeah. We won't be able to see you. So.
Barry would have to dash together, so they don't get another action.
Yeah. So.
I, however, would like to. Well, I guess we'll see how this goes. When I get there, I want to try Thunderwave. I don't know. I don't know what my magic's gonna do here. We'll see.
All right. What? Effects of Thunderwave again? That's a saving throw on my end.
Yeah, it's a con save.
I'm rolling like ass tonight. That's a 15.
Oh, that is the DC. Okay.
Yeah, you beat it usually. So.
So then it isn't pushed, and it takes half damage.
Okay.
If it wasn't already going to, I don't know.
Yeah. And what type of damage is this?
It takes 1 thunder damage.
Whittling it down.
A whole thunder.
I got this, guys.
Wonderful.
Single thunder.
All right.
One
Utaka.
thunder, please.
Utaka, do you have any flavor?
I sure hope not.
All right. So,
I make a little. I like clap my hands down, and it does. Even if it wasn't going to seem like it didn't do much, it definitely seems like it didn't do much.
Reaches over and turns his Discman volume from like 6 to 8.
Just like, boom.
the dragon blimp kind of like steps back a little bit as this gust of wind hits it before riding its posture and digging its claws into the broken marble. You can see where you and Barry are standing now, Utaka. There actually appears to be a section of wall that was broken off, likely from a previous skirmish, revealing the like structural implements below it. But is that it for you?
Unfortunately.
Hey, that's one more damage than it had before.
There were more efficient ways I could have used my turn.
Melvin, you're up.
Hey, it's okay. You know, everyone's gonna judge, but sometimes you have a 30 by 30 foot room when you throw a fireball.
Yeah, I mean,
It's-
sometimes that's just what has to be
If your
done.
party can't survive the fireball, then they probably weren't on your level.
I've been staring at my spell sheet trying to figure out what I was going to cast, and the answer is nothing. Is it within? It's not within 30 feet of me from here. Melvin is going to step behind this wall, and he is going to cast Eldritch Blast, but he's going to hold it for if the dragon thing attacks one of his friends.
I was actually going to say, what is the range on Mage Hand?
30 feet.
Okay, and what's
From me.
what's the distance from Melvin to the dragon?
More than 30 feet.
Is it more than 30? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Counting the distance down, it's 65 feet from him.
Okay. If Melvin wants to hold his action, I got something for the next turn.
Okay. So do you want me to come back to you in the event that Melvin uses Eldritch Blast?
What I'm going to do is
Your turn is after Melvin, so
I'm going
Right.
to hold my turn to move my mage hand after whatever Griaz who shouted something to me.
sure. Since your turns are one after the other, I'll
Yeah.
allow that. So Griaz, go ahead and do what you want to do.
Okay. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to use my action to cast Enhance Ability for Cat's Grace, so I take no fall damage, and then pick up Melvin, jump down, and use my movement to get as close as I can to the dragon. Is that going to get us within 30 feet, assuming?
Let me check here. So since you have Cat's Grace, you don't have to worry about the fall. So, and you have a movement speed of 30.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'll get us there.
Yep, well, it doesn't get you to melee range, but it does get you actually past Evron. And
Yeah.
I'll just put Melvin here.
So then with carrying Melvin down, basically because he has powerful build, so he doesn't have to worry about being encumbered carrying
Easily.
Melvin.
Easily.
Yeah. He's then going to take his portable swamp, pop it into Melvin's hand, and go put this in its mouth.
Melvin's just going to move his mage hand towards the dragon's mouth and try to do that.
Okay. This is interesting. Melvin, make me a sleight of hand check at disadvantage.
Yeah, that seems like a fair.
And Griaz, what are you having him put in its mouth, just so I can?
The portable swamp. I'm essentially having him activate a 20-foot portable swamp inside the mouth of this dragon.
Okay.
I am using my equipment, Matt. I am sorry.
15.
Oh, no, this is interesting.
It was time for
15.
the portable swamp to make an appearance.
It's
Melvin, you cast your mage hand and start to extend Griaz's portable swamp towards the beast's mouth, and as Avron soaring over your heads, and Geharis readying in the back with the sword, Israel pelting it with arrows, and Utaka charging forward on their giant ant. As the dragon blimp goes to snap at Barry, your mage hand starts to levitate near it, and the beast reflexively turns and bites down, and you have the mage hand pull on the drawstring, and Utaka, as the one closest to it, you're actually stumble and are taken aback as a heinous smell reaches you. And you actually watch as swamp and bog water start to drool from its mouth as like weeds and plants start to like literally rip out of the canvas to grow out of it. And
I would like to vomit as a reaction.
easily. Yeah, it's bad. Especially as where you're standing, Utaka, you're actually right next to the patch that Israel blew out of it. So it's literally blowing the swamp gas into you.
Yeah,
The creature stumbles as like more swamp and bog water drip, and you can actually see its stomach like visibly getting like set and soaked, like the canvas dripping with bog water, and some of the excess swamp starts to just leak out into the surrounding area, and some of the soldiers who had resisted Utaka's Thunderwave, by the way, are like kind of trying to stay away and not get stuck in the bog. But as the creature kind of shakes its head, scattering swamp and bog water everywhere, it turns to you, Griaz, and drools. It appears unhurt. It's a blimp. It's empty inside of it. So
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking filling any canvas with 20 feet of swamp would puncture a few holes, but no,
no, it did puncture some holes, but
Okay.
the plants grew into it.
I'm assuming maybe it can't fly now?
Possibly. It's
Possibly.
definitely
Okay,
weighed
that's fair.
down.
That is fair. Okay.
It's definitely weighed down and is weighed down with some much heavier weights and toxins than it's normally carrying.
detritus.
I'll say Griaz, looking at it, it definitely appears to have been slowed down. You can't look at a glance whether it can't fly or not. It definitely doesn't like what just happened to it, and it's not like, it's just the fact that it's all empty space and hot air, so like the swamp didn't like eviscerate it or anything.
That's fair. Okay.
If all else fails, we still got Utaka sprayed with swamp water, so
And now
we die today,
neither-
at least we had one victory.
And now none of the paladins want to get in melee with this thing.
Okay. All right. Is that the end of your turns, Melvin and Griaz?
Yeah.
All right. It is now the Dragon Blimp's turn. I will say, congratulations. I actually had this as another part of the patchwork mechanic, that if you guys activated its patchwork ability, it would not be able to use Frightful Presence on you. So because Israel got that crit at the start, it cannot Frightful Presence any of you. So it... yeah, that's what it's going to do.
Does the swamp give it a breath weapon?
Well, no, you saw it had one earlier. It shot wind into the sky.
It changed its breath weapon.
Now it's just cloud kill.
swamp wind.
You know,
The
swamp gas is technically flammable.
Indeed. Inside an already deeply flammable blimp.
Back to that humanity thing.
The
I wonder
dragon
who
blimp.
flammable objects on top of the tower.
Yeah, just go back for him. It's fine. Utaka, you and Barry watch as the dragon blimp starts to stumble. It's actually like swaying side to side, like as if the bog water inside of it is shifting and it's having to like account for that extra weight. It goes away from you. So Utaka and Barry, you will both can take a attack of opportunity if you want.
Okay, I will do that thing. And right, I'm at a. How am I rolling?
What do you mean?
Okay, no. We're not doing. We don't do flanking, right?
No,
it's just a
we do-
melee, right?
We do.
Well, we do flanking, but you're not flanking it anyway. Because nobody was on the opposite side
Yeah,
of
because
it
it's a large
Okay.
creature.
when you
Okay.
attacked.
Okay. Then that would have been a. No, I don't think I'm gonna hit. That was like a 13.
Yeah, it doesn't hit. You go to, I assume, stab at it.
Yeah.
But it kind of bounces off of the like still heavily inflated canvas material.
Ooh, and Barry crit fails.
All right.
They
Barry
tried.
goes to lunge at its massive balloon-like feet with his mandibles, but the dragon just kind of kicks his head away, and Barry kind of scratches at the scar still remaining on its face from Frost Ray, which that kick appears to have aggravated it. As Ivran, Griaz and Melvin, you watch as the dragon starts to prowl around all of you, and it actually like kind of its foot kind of scratches against the side of the wall, almost stumbling, especially with the extra weight of the bog within it, as it spits the remains of the bag at your feet, Griaz, and it begins to inflate and inflate and inflate, and it Griaz, you, Melvin, and Ivron are all struck with the same thought. It shot winds powerful enough to clear the skies of Veilbright. It may blow you off the walls, and that is a long way down. And as it sucks in its breath weapon and goes to exhale, you all hear a voice. You're facing the wrong way. They're behind you. You see Tenniel on the fortifications at the top as the dragon hesitates and its eyes cloud and it gives a roar and turns, exhaling this massive force of wind over the city. You can see more of the mist and fog parting as you see Tenniel slump with his leg on the parapet. And like just grabbing the hem of his hat as he gives you all thumbs up, and like as his head hangs back, you can now see his freshly repaired tongue as his mouth kind of lolls open as he kind of catches his breath.
I've never been more proud of Louis Tenniel
That's
than right
amazing.
now.
Israel's concerned that there is a tongue there that wasn't there before, but she's also like, but it works in our favor, and clearly he likes us now, so I'm just going to set that aside as the things I'm not going to deal with.
We all take a moment to appreciate the fact that we just gas clouded the city too, just raining swamp water on them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You see like visible yellow and green toxins and like gunky looking water start to just rain in this massive pillar over the city. However, I will note that Griaz, you would know it from the item, it is not actually outright poisonous, it just smells terrible.
It just smells like home. I don't know what y'all complain about.
Yeah. So the city smells terrible now and just got the most disgusting rain it's ever had, but it's not going to kill anyone, don't worry.
I like this city a lot better now.
You know, sometimes a city has to be more like the center of the universe, and sometimes that means acid rain.
They've been living in a salt flat for so long, they probably don't even remember what this is.
And this is why I didn't say anything whenever you guys are like, oh, did we just make his breath weapon poisonous? Yes, the portable swamp is not actually toxic, it just smells bad.
Swamp. You don't got
yeah.
something against swamps? Jesus Christ.
And that's all the dragon can do. Its breath weapon consumes its turn. And it's now facing away from all of you, and thanks to Tenniel, has no idea that you're behind it. Top of the round. Gaharis, you're up.
Sweet. Bonus action. I'm going to Shield of Faith myself for +2 AC. And then I'm gonna regretfully hit this thing with my sword twice.
Okay.
This is a bad day. Does a 18 hit for the first attack?
That does hit.
All right. And for the second attack, that is a 22. So both hit.
Yeah, also
I'm
hit,
pumping a smite level 1 into each of these.
Okay.
Can I do more than one
smite is
smite
radiant
attack?
damage, right?
Yeah. 2d8 radiant damage.
Got
So we're going to set this. These dies are my radiant dice. We're going to set them over here. Then we're going to take my regular d8, which is this one, for the slashing damage. And then we're going to take the other d8s for the enervation, which will be every other d8 I have on this desk, which is these d8s. Can it make me a Constitution saving throw, even before I roll this damage? So I'll just calculate it.
In fact, I can. That
DC
is
14.
yeah, easily beats it. That's over a 20, but
Perfect. So it takes 8 slashing damage from the first one.
noted.
It takes 10 slashing damage from the second one.
Noted.
It takes 6 radiant damage from the first smite, and 12 radiant from the second smite. And then from the enervation, it takes 9, 11, 14, 7 damage of necrotic damage.
Okay, nice, powerful hit. As Gaharis, you, well, yeah, again, do you have flavor?
Oh, yeah. Gaharis runs towards this thing with his blade, shield raised, and his first strike is a stab. And as he stabs, the enervating energy of purple and black kind of swirls along his blade to the tip as he punctures it and pulls back, and there's like this thin connection of purplish tether. And as he puts the smite along that tether, this bright light, almost like a golden liquid traveling down a strand of silk string, forces its way into the beast, erupting in a small little blast as he raises his shield against what comes out. And then he follows it up by stabbing a second time, much the same, and, holding the shield to keep the gunk out of his face.
Okay.
And Gaharis, you don't even have to roll an insight check. Gaharis, if this thing doesn't move, Gaharis is going to climb it next turn. Gaharis has that look.
All right, noted. So you cleave as you leave the magical energies in your wake, and it gives a roar and turns its head, and you can see the cloud remove from its eyes as it is now aware of all of your presences again. Um, is that the end of your turn, Gaharis?
Yes, it is.
All right, Ibron, you're up, and Israel on deck.
All right. So I've chosen to expend pretty much everything that I have left. So a lot of die.
That sounded powerful.
Yeah, it's all that I got. So on the first one, because Iran can utilize 2 attacks, I would like to use my crit. And for damage, slashing damage, it is 18 because I rolled a 9, 2d6 9. I'm going to utilize 2d8 radiant damage plus 1 extra level, so 3d8. That's 19, and an additional 1d4 is 3 plus an additional 5 due to my radiant soul. So overall, I think that's 22 radiant damage for the first attack. Second attack is a dirty 20.
Yep, that'll hit. But real quick, just because that's a lot of damage tally. So you did 18 slashing, and what was the radiant total?
So 18 slashing for the first attack, 18 slashing. Radiant total is 22, and then the second attack is another 9, and last spell slot. And the second one is a 12, 8 plus 4. So overall, 36 radiant damage with 20.
Yep. Matt, if you need total
7.
damage, it's 61 points.
Okay, noted. All right,
Yeah.
and because one of those attacks was a crit, you activated Patchwork again. Uh, do 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 do. Just making the adjustments on my end. Okay, nice, guys. All right. Um,
He's so little.
he's large now, but
Oh, he's Grian sized. It's fine. That's fine.
Aww. No, not that small. Oh God. Wait, yeah.
yeah, it's large because 1 square is medium. So
Yeah. Well,
Oh, and
I saw it as
Um,
medium for
and
a second.
yeah,
I was
is
thinking
Ivron
that.
able to fly? Because Ivron's still like 15 feet in the air until he gets close to the dragon. So I was wondering if he'd be able to attack the dragon's head.
yeah,
Or
and
is
yeah,
he able to fly like through over him?
yeah,
I
I'll
guess.
say for flavor, sure. Uh, um, so you fly up and you actually see it has another patch similar to the one Israel had busted on the back of its neck. So you plunge your sword, which gleams with its radiant energy down, and you step back and also kind of retch as more swamp gas rockets out of the patch you just burst as it shrinks even smaller, and Griaz, you, Melvin, and Utaka get doused with swamp water, Garrus as well, as it like roars, and basically as it shrinks, the swamp water is forcibly expelled out of the patches in its mouth. Uh, and you can see the plant life starting to like weigh it down and overwhelm it. It's definitely looking like the portable swamp is running out of room and starting to like gunk it up. Um, it's becoming an increasingly enclosed space that this thing is fighting for real estate in. Okay, look at you guys
So,
doing all sorts of damage.
what do I need to roll to understand what adding fire to this situation would do?
I'll call that a nature check.
Cool. Because I feel like she should weigh that. All right, that's a 22.
Yeah. You know that especially with the swamp gas added to the mix, hitting that thing with fire right now, boom.
And along that vein, the damage to my friends, should they not clear out of the way?
It's not gonna tickle.
Exactly. Oh, okay. Cool.
You
Right.
haven't taken any damage yet. Just do it.
Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
She's
Do
going
it.
to
Do it.
she's going to shout, everybody clear and duck, and she's going to grab one of Grias's bombs and chuck it at the thing.
All Harris thinks is, I hope my duck is safe.
So
Last thoughts of the duck.
I feel like we're all watching it slow motion go through the air. Like,
I'll tell you what, Israel, go ahead and make me a improvised weapon check.
that is Hells. What is it?
So just add your dexterity, and if you're not proficient, then just straight dexterity.
Okay. Yeah. Not proficient in improvised weapons, so just roll dex check.
Yeah,
Cool.
because you're trying to throw a seed at a flailing dragon. Oh my god. Israel, how would you like to do this? There's no way. It's because its health gets reduced every time Patchwork goes off, and you just set an explosive off inside of a blimp that's full of excess swamp gas. There is no way it's surviving this at all. Mathematically impossible. So go for it, Israel. I'm genuinely proud of you. That's super cool.
So as she scoops it up and cocks her arm back and gives probably one of the best throws you've seen with the aim that you know is good from working that bow, and it arcs beautifully as it comes straight down onto the dragon and probably rolls into that hole in its neck. So like hits the back, rolls in, and then on impact it just explodes.
All right.
Just
Do you need a
And,
dex save?
Yeah, Gaharis, Avron, Griaz, and Melvin, make me dex saves with advantage because Israel warned you.
15.
Noted.
16.
21? 19 plus 2. Yeah, that's my saving throw.
15.
But I'll take additional damage if that would deduct some damage from someone else.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Melvin fails, I am willing to fail mine intentionally to take the brunt of the fire and swamp
Yeah.
water.
Likewise,
Melvin,
He's holding him at the time, so if he
Yeah,
could like
that's
just
fair.
turn his back,
Melvin,
yeah.
what did you roll?
15.
He actually did meet the save, but I will work that
Okay.
in. That is in. Yep. Okay. Israel, you throw your seed, and Ivron, as you at Israel's warning, fly off of its head. The seed hits its scalp, and it kind of looks up in confusion as it rolls into the patch that you just carved into it. And Ivron, you fly back. Gaharis, you take cover, and Griaz, you grab Melvin and just like use your body as a shield as the dragon freezes, and you could almost hear a pin drop before. It bursts like a balloon. This massive explosion. Everyone who had to make those dex saves takes 12 fire damage. As Gaharis, as you and Ivron look up from your cover, and the rest of you start to slowly look up at it. The soldiers watch as what's left of it, which is basically just like it's like the bottom part of its torso, legs, and tail just flails in place as excess swamp water and swamp gas funnel out into the air before falling over limply.
Gaharis looks almost entirely uninjured from this. The frost on the armor is just steam. And Gaharis took 1 point of damage in total because of the temp HP. So
That's awesome.
Gaharis just, wipes the swamp off.
Yeah, some of the like soot and swamp water.
Yeah, Griaz is also steaming, but that's because he got splashed with like essentially boiling swamp water.
Yeah.
You okay?
Melvin lost his eyebrows, but otherwise.
Yeah, and Griaz, you have a few new patches in your fur.
Yeah, he pulls off a little bit of his fur and just sticks it to Melvin's eyebrows. It's okay.
Melvin starts casting prestidigitation to clean the swamp water off of them and put the flames out. Just,
All right. Melvin, you begin the cleanup process as Israel, I presume you rejoin the group. The soldiers just look on in just amazement as they had been like trying to help, but just with the confusion of everything going on, it was hard to organize a response. As you guys in less than 12 seconds decimated this dragon. Israel,
I did reclaim the other 2 seeds. I didn't just leave them up there. I'm going to be clear about that.
Yeah.
Came down.
Yeah, that's fair. You collect the improvised catapult projectiles of shrapnel and napalm seeds, being very gentle not to jostle them. As you cart them downstairs, as Melvin is cleaning up the group. Since you had been out of the line of fire, you're more or less fine. Smells terrible though. As you all look at this, just like scraps of canvas litter the walls. As just the legs and tail of the dragon lay deflated on the ground, smelling awful, soaked with boiling bog water, and still giving off like rising bits of swamp gas as swamp plant life, that what little of it survived the blast, just lays like scattered and dying as you basically like stuffed a grenade into that portable swamp. But Griaz, the bag is actually still at your feet.
Oh yeah, all right. I didn't think I was getting that back. All right.
Yeah, it's batted out before to use its breath weapon.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah.
I would like to climb off of Barry and wipe an excess of vomit from the side of my mouth. Everything I just drank, gone. Whatever liquid was remaining.
You were sick to your stomach before this happened. Oh
Yeah.
god. I don't know if there's any way Gaharis can help Utaka, but I think this is the one moment Gaharis feels so terrible for Utaka. I will put all my points on lay on hands just to make Utaka feel a tiny bit better.
I'll allow that.
like a minute amount. I will just like swat, like pat Utaka on the back and just funnel 25 points.
It's okay. It's fine.
There, that is quite alright. You did quite well for yourself. Funneling just as much. Every hit is like 5. Just
Utaka, you are slowly starting to feel better, but you're still queasy and it still smells awful.
Yeah, I kind of...
It's okay. The lesson is you only breathe through your mouth, and then you will never have to worry about the sewers.
Thanks. Here, just... He kind of like tries to push you aside. He was kind of climbing off thinking he was gonna do some helping of his own, maybe, since he's got some spell slots left. I would like to pump some healing into Griaz and Melvin, the singed
Go for it. Roll.
Okie dokie.
Avron, what are you doing?
I think Ivron would just kind of land with the rest of the group, and if everybody is pretty much healed up to full health, he'll just expend some lay on hands on himself.
All right.
That is 8 to Griaz and 20 to Melvin.
All right. Note that down, each of you respectively. As
Melvin's eyebrows grow back in.
Yeah.
That was like basically a crit on my level 2 healing word.
Yeah, I'll allow that. So Melvin, your eyebrows grow back in, and Griaz, some of the singes in your fur heal, and like the skin becomes less irritated, and the fur starts to grow back. It's a little bit shorter still, like it's still noticeably thin, but it's better than nothing. And Tenniel slowly steps out from the parapet door, kind of glancing carefully at the dragon, kind of confirming it's dead before looking at the rest of you with a somewhat awkward smile.
Nice one there. As soon as Israel says, sort of like pointing across at him and giving him a wave. And yeah, sorry everybody. Your first entrance.
The GSA would have found out during my physical exam anyway.
Well, I suppose that officially makes you a GSI agent.
I don't think that's how it works, but I appreciate the sentiment.
To be fair, that's exactly how it worked for literally all of us.
That is entirely
true. I
true.
just showed up one day and they're like, hey, so, yeah.
In fact, it was really similar to this. There was a construct in the city.
A giant statue?
Decided to fight it.
See, I worked my way up through the ranks for years, serving the lower level, lower tiered officers, and researching and studying, and devoting my life to the organization. And now I work for Ivron.
I stole your book.
My book? Which one?
I'll give it back later.
Everyone's stealing books from Melvin. He's just a good book boy.
Said it at the perfect moment too. He's like, "Oh, what have I been doing with my life? I stole your book."
I checked my bag to make sure that the book that Griaz said that he stole isn't the one that I stole.
That's right there.
I want to make sure that one's still there.
Just an inner criminal network of literary thieves.
Oh, that wasn't my book. You actually stole that from the tavern.
I mean, yeah, all right.
You can all still hear some panic in the town, but whether through the adventuring parties helping to quell it or the GSIA's overall involvement, it does slowly begin to settle as the dragon is no longer actively rampaging on the walls. Um, uh, um, as Tenniel overlooks all of you and says, maybe once I've served my time, we can work out in the field together. And gives a bit of a shrug as he puts his hands in his pockets and overlooks. You can see most of the Bluefield Alliance army has cleared out now. Well, it looks like we broke the siege lines one way or another. And he kind of turns and crinkles his nose a little bit uh, at the dragon blimp and gives an awkward smile. City is safe, if smelly.
They have tons of wizards here. I'm sure that they can clean it up.
Oh, it smells fine. It's literally a piece of my home. You have all agreed to help me with my home. If y'all got a problem with this, we're gonna have a couple issues.
No, I
It's
honestly I
fine.
think this entire city could use a little more rustic charm.
Hell yeah.
You really painted the town brown
And green.
and green.
Like
Little bits of yellow in there, I think.
Too.
Tenniel kind of leans against one of the palisades and takes a deep breath. And you get the impression even he wasn't 100% certain that his plan would work. And he kind of peeks over the walls and looks back to you, Griaz. Would have been a long way down. I just didn't think it was going to work.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I thought for a second, like, hey, I got cat's grace, but that's like for 20 feet. So yeah, I would have been dead. So thanks for that.
You see him glance to you, Avron, before glancing back to Griaz and giving a shrug.
Hey man,
Just felt
you
like
want
what
a
I
hug?
was supposed to do, I suppose.
You want a hug?
I'm
Yeah, you
I'm
want a
not.
hug? Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. All right.
he kind of just keeps his arms at his sides as you hug him, still covered in swamp shit.
Hell yeah.
Is this his first hug? I think this is a question our fans need to know.
Make an insight check.
Lewis getting his first hug.
That
I
is
would say at this moment,
that is an 18.
And Avron, you wanted to check as well?
oh no, I mean that's. I mean, yeah, if you want.
Well, no,
That's a bit-
it's not like you were saying something, so I wasn't sure if you were trying to help him or not.
No,
Okay, and Garrus, while he seems uncomfortable as far as you can tell, yeah.
I'm gonna go in for a group hug. If this is the first hug, and that's what I believe, I'm going to go in for a big hug and make it. I'm gonna motion for Ivra and be like,
Yeah.
"You're part of the team
Yeah.
now," and I'll join the hug.
Griaz is long limbed and powerful build. He's pulling everybody in. It's group hug time.
Yeah, you all are pulled in one by Griaz. You all, it smells awful, even worse as you all conglomerate, and Tenniel just like struggles and just like, and Greg Harris, with your insight, you see he almost briefly contemplates using his powers to get out of this before just deciding against it, and like, just like, all right.
But does he have a little tiny smile on the inside?
He does.
Okay.
I think Utaka has a similar demeanor. They were considering trying to dodge out of this, but fine.
The city's going to take some time to get cleaned up, and I'm sure they're going to want to have a meeting or whatever it is you people do. Maybe after that, he looks to you, Griaz. Something about a beast fighting ring?
Oh yeah. We should probably shower and take a rest first, but yeah.
Yeah. He gives a bit of a smirk, and Ivron, Tenniel looks to you and kind of squirming a bit out of the group hug, he mimes for you to plug your ears.
sure. Plug his ears.
Tenniel gives a smirk and mouths something and then mimes for you to unplug your ears. And as you do, he gives a smirk. They think they're all clean now.
I think Ivron breaks out into not a chuckle, but like an actual hearty laugh this time. Finally.
And for the rest of you, the smell is gone. Your clothes are clean. You feel great.
I like to imagine Utaka used water on us, like
Yeah. And Tenniel just gives you a smirk, Avron, and a tip of the hat, and says, but I suppose we should get to base and let them know what you all did.
And
What
you.
we did.
Yeah, what we did. Let's go.
If you insist. And he follows behind all of you as Avron, you're just so smug that the group still smells so awful and have no idea.
Haha, the prank's on you guys. No longer will I be laughed at.
Avron's the one on top this time.
Ivron with the classy pranks, aha!
Before we depart from the wall, can we see any? Well, maybe not them. I don't know. I would like to see if the Bluefield Alliance is still in the same state of fleeing that they were before, or if
Yeah,
they're...
they've completely cleared out by this point. Very little, if any, trace of them, as most of them appear to be going into the forest rather than the salt flats.
Okay. Okay, then I will turn
yeah.
and follow up behind the group.
Are there any evil-looking figures in the distance, just barely in eye view, glowering at us saying, I'll get them next time?
Make a perception check.
Oh no!
I'll give him advantage because I was also trying to.
I always have advantage on perception because of the shield.
So Utaka, you can go ahead and roll.
Yeah. That's a 16 from me.
Okay.
17.
Okay. I will say, to be clear, that is not enough. Tenniel's illusion on you is still intact, but looking over the distant salt flats and the town behind you, no glowering evil figures that you can see.
They're safe for this season.
We'll get him next time. All right.
I pat Kaharis on the back.
Thank you. I didn't do much. I stabbed it twice.
You looked cool doing it.
In my experience, looking cool doing something is 95% of the battle.
Right?
The other 5% is just not dying.
Yeah, we gotta train Melvin to do both.
That may take a while. Unfortunately, for him.
Well, we got some time. We got a vacation.
That is true. Are you going to hang around the city, or?
I don't know. Maybe. I think I got some stuff to figure out here. Let's go.
All right. I'll catch up with the group. Go to the meeting.
The guards gather themselves and look to all of you as one of them leans on their bow and gives you a nod, Israel. You have my thanks from all of us. I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help, but with that thing flailing around, letting off swamp gas and water, it was hard for us to even move. You all fought well. The city's safer with you in it. And with that, they go escort all of you onto the platform, and as the lift begins to descend, you all descend down the lift back into the first tier of Velbright, through the residential areas, the multi-tiered apartments and houses on either side of you as you up the stairs. Do you want to return to Quincy's or head towards your best approximation of where the GSIA base is?
I think we would just probably go to the GSI base, right?
Okay.
I mean,
It doesn't
Melvin
take too
probably
long,
wants to go
especially
to
if
the
you stop it.
library.
Melvin wants to go wherever he's going to get that spell book right now.
GSI.
Indeed.
Yep.
All right. The group, confident you just slew a dragon, as much as it was just a overrated balloon.
A new species, a swamp dragon.
Griaz, I would say without even a check, you know that swamp dragons are a thing.
Yeah.
Black and full of hate.
I mean, there's like black dragons which live in swamps,
You would also know that orange dragons live in swamps.
and apparently there's fucking orange dragons, which me, even as a player, did not know that was a
Yeah,
color.
that's actually legitimately true.
Really? Okay. Well, hey, I learned something unsettled today, and now you have to know it too.
I don't
Yeah,
want to see any more dragons. Not for a while. Even if they're fake.
all right.
They didn't seem
So-
that intimidating.
I mean,
There's
we
just
like
a blank
threw
look from
bombs
Israel.
at it.
You threw bombs at it, and if it wasn't for Tenniel, it absolutely would have blown some of you off the wall, and that fall probably would have instantly killed you if you didn't have
What
a
a
way to slow
great ending to
slow
the
yourself
season,
down.
though.
It's great.
You're high enough level for resurrections. It's fine.
Melvin was
Nope.
completely oblivious to the actual danger.
Yeah.
He was so scared that he doesn't know what to be scared of.
To be fair, Barry would have broke Utaka's fall.
Yeah.
I
And
don't think I was in the line.
Crushes Barry. Yeah, no, and to be fair, Tenniel was there, so didn't
Look-
become relevant.
We
Hey,
go
look-
to the GSIA headquarters.
Yes, we're there. We're there. It's already canon. We're already there.
All right, relax.
We're walking in to get our medals.
Let me build.
Except for Griaz, because he's the
Sorry.
Chewbacca in this one. He does not get a medal.
Did Chewbacca really not get a medal?
He never got a medal in New Hope.
What?
It was only Han and Luke.
No, yeah.
Chewbacca
I haven't even
stands
seen
there,
Star Wars, and that upsets me.
Han
They
and Luke
actually
got
wrote a
medals.
comic.
R2 got like a buff job, like they cleaned him up real nice. C3PO was all shiny. Chewie got nothing.
Congratulations, Chewie.
He didn't even get like a haircut or anything.
Hey Han, here's your dog.
God.
Got a
Racist.
pat on the head.
All right. Yeah, good boy, Chewie. All right. So, finally, you guys ascend into the top tier of Veilbright, the only tier you have not visited yet. You see these towering, what appear to be almost factories of like smokestacks and stuff, which kind of intermingles with the mist and steam over the city to create this kind of like just kind of dense whereas the rest of the city, the mist is actually relatively like warm and comforting, albeit it blocks the view of the sky. Here it's just this kind of dark, dense, unsettling smog. But thankfully, this part of the city was actually spared the swamp, and the smokestacks are high enough up that it doesn't affect the smell too badly. So. As you guys reach the top layer of the walls, you actually see that to the west side of the walls, you see a massive relief carved into the walls of the Emelian Empire with extra markings of heart, diamond, spade, club. You see this massive bastion, this like castle built into the walls, overlooking the steam waterfall to the west, and you see a massive, almost reminiscent of a castle, but the walls are much smoother and well kept. You see a massive structure that has the golden eye of the GSIA. As you all begin to approach, Melvin, this place definitely screams research station to you. It's professional looking. The structure, it's actually built partially into the mountain, which Melvin, you would know is a deliberate design choice so that they can expand continuously to account for new rests, and in the event that there's a containment breach, the ace in the whole fail-safe is to crumble that part of the mountain to seal everything in the tunnels. Um, you all ascend the staircase of this massive structure. And as you see that there is actually like with the golden eye emblem knocker, Gaharis, as you go to reach for it, you kind of pull your hand back as Tails appears directly in front of you. Sleeves together, still dressed the same as they had been, but visibly sweating slightly and like seeming to have expended a lot of energy. I would wager that you were successful.
I do not believe that we would be having this conversation if we were not.
You don't hear the boom?
It's hard to hear much of anything. I was assisting the other adventurers with keeping the panic in the city under control. Thankfully, the fears of Children of Red Sight instigated riots did not come to pass, although we aren't certain whether that's due to a lack of presence here and it was simply a bluff, or if they simply saw that their plan wasn't going as planned and decided to hold their cards to the chest for the time being.
Probably that one, because we heard they were already here.
That sounds reasonable.
Worry not. While you're on vacation, the other adventurers will begin investigating into this matter, and we should have a report ready by the time you come back. That being said, and you all suddenly like blink, and you're in this massive library. Melvin, you see bookshelves going 30 feet high, bookshelves filled to the brim. And you see there's clutters of like papers and notes and notebooks, and this circular official looking desk with the GSIA emblem carved into the front. Sitting on the desk with legs crossed and the same smarmy grin as always is Detective Mistra, twirling one of her chain daggers. And you all see someone else, Gaharis and Ivran, someone the two of you know very well.
Sigil!
Not yet.
Oh, darn!
I've not forgotten him, don't worry, just not yet. That was good though. Just Sigil.
Oh, my bad. That is not Sigil.
All right. You see this tall, slightly hunched in the shoulders, but that might just be because their elbows rest on the desk, their fingers steepled, dressed in armor very similar to the armor that Gaharis and Ivran are donned in, but this one painted a pitch dark midnight black. A tanned, bald head, with skin deeply wrinkled in leather by exposure to the sun, and a graying beard that about goes down to their chest, and gleaming eyes, almost this kind of like orangish color, as they look over all of you. And Gaharis and Ivran, the two of you recognize this as Lord Juron Else of the Hell Knights, one of the closest friends. The not squire, but sort of personal assistant to your father. They were very close, but you have not seen Lord Else since what happened. But you know him to be a strong knight who adheres to the code, uh, um, wielding a specially made magical dual-bladed pole arm that has been nicknamed by his enemies the Devourer. Uh, and as they give a smile, Mistra kind of lounges against the table and lazily waves to Lord Else. Ladies and gentlemen of Field Team C, the head regional of the GSIA, Lord Juron Else.
I think Gaharis is probably already saluting.
Yeah, as is Ibron.
I like
Uh,
look between them. I'm like, mm-hmm.
Lord Else gives a kind of a low and slowly stands up. His height is relatively relatively imposing. About you estimate like 6'2", and he seems really old, and his posture is slightly hunched, so it makes that height even more intimidating. But he slowly steps out from behind the desk, a very slight limp to his walk as he approaches you with still armored, gauntleted hands, Gaharis and Ivran, and he pauses and rather than salute, simply opens his arms for a hug.
Garrus is there. Immediate.
Yeah. Ivron's a little taken aback because he's like, this is a little unprofessional, but okay. Come here.
He takes the both of you and just like does that like grab by the head and like tousles both of your hairs as he gives a squeeze and steps back, and with his hands re-steepled, he gives a smile. It has been too long, Squire Nervos and Squire the Silver Hair. But I suppose that title is no longer earned, is it?
Suppose not. How have you been?
I've been as well as I can be. He kind of pauses and bites his lip. I'm sorry that I wasn't there in person to extend my condolences for your father. He was a good man, a good knight, and frankly, I think giving me the position afterwards was a bit unearned, hence why I'm here. I think I can do more good here, and I don't feel comfortable taking the title from a better man than I. But that being said, the two of you should have had my guidance, as your father gave me his. And I'm sorry I was not there to do that. But you're here now, and perhaps I can make up for lost time.
Do we know who did take the position?
So he was supposed to take the position, but rejected it, and the position was instead taken by the name Samuel gave you earlier, Cyril Loke.
Okay.
Which is why he is simply going by, Lord Els is simply going by Lord now.
Yeah.
And he takes a moment to adjust his armor enough to pull the gauntlets down to see. You all can see the same oath carved into his arm that is on Gaharis and Ivran's, but this one, you can see the wound of the carving has visibly like scabbed over and is like he's had it for a long time. And as he pulls the gauntlet back down, he gives a nod and smiles. So I hear you have all slayed a dragon.
That seems to be the ruling opinion.
And it wasn't just us. And then Ivron, I think, would turn at this point and introduce each one of the party members.
Of course, unprofessional of me. And he gives each of you a very deep, gracious bow, and holds both hands out to shake your hand, but then clasp it in both. And as he introduces himself each to each of you, Lord Joran Els. I was a close friend of Knight Nervos and the Silver-Haired's father. And in case this, and he kind of tugs at his deeply white and gray beard, wasn't enough indication, a bit more experienced than I knew these two when they were still children.
He was like almost goes for a hug, but then like he's it was just them. All right. Yeah.
He sees you do this and kind of opens up his arms like,
all right. Yeah. Hell yeah. All right.
Anyone who's out there keeping the boys safe is good in my book.
2 in 1 day is the best day, Grias. You did a good job.
I saved his life when we met. I'm gonna point to Ivron.
Israel just looked a little uncomfortable with the whole situation. Mostly the bow, and then probably like too much contact during the handshake. But she still shakes back firmly and is like, "How do you do? Nice to meet you." But she's looking at like this one in particular, Utaka, as he's like apparently trying to negotiate for his own hug, and she's like, "What is this?"
It's been a long day for us.
Not trying to negotiate for a hug, just trying to like, get in the good graces of this guy.
Uh, Utaka, he kind of looks at you and gives a smile and kind of smirks for a little bit and opens his arms up again, like kind of raising an eyebrow to you. He kind of tousles your hair and shakes his head. Relax. I did not intend to make you all uncomfortable. You may simply call me Joron. Uh, uh, I am the regional manager of the GSIA, managing our activities in the land of Mazai. And I have heard quite a bit about each and every one of you. Uh, he kind of pauses and licks his lips before giving a smile. It's good to see all of you doing some good in the world. Uh, and you see him kind of vaguely, like almost kind of haze out for a second before he kind of has to visibly kind of shake his head to focus and smile at all of you again. But I believe uh, one of our finest detectives made you all a promise of some payments and vacation time, which I'm more than happy to provide. I think you have all more than earned it, and the city of Valebright would be happy to take care of you in the interim. Uh, Tell me, what are all of your plans? Do you plan to stay in Valebright, travel abroad before returning to us? I'd be curious to know.
I'm here to study at the library, which
Of course, your research has been a massive boon to our organization, Mr. Misselquill. I only hope that our resources can only bolster your efforts.
I mean, I got my home, but I need them's all's help for it because it's like going away. So
The salt flats, yes. It's
yeah,
claimed the swamps to the north and south, only the east and west remain.
so I'm just gonna take some time and hang out with them alls, and hopefully after vacation we can take a look at that. But stretch my legs, steal some shit.
Maybe
You didn't hear that last part.
Melvin can
What?
find some books that'll help you. Oh.
Indeed. And he kind of looks to you, Griaz, and gives a nod. Rest assured, the GSA will use all of its resources to pursue each of your individual cases, in so much as we have information for them. And the swamp restoration will be one of our highest priorities. We have made no progress on restoring the salt flats, so I believe it would be best to stop any more swamps from disappearing on us preemptively.
Okay,
Do I make
thank
you
you.
all, do I make you all uncomfortable?
No. Geharris is looking at Ivron. Like, are you speaking first or am I speaking first? Like,
Everyone's just
which one of
waiting.
us is gonna disappoint him first?
Everyone's waiting to speak last, but if you want to go first, Everyone's not going to stop you.
This will
He
absolutely
kind of at
contest
this
between
point is like,
three all looking at each other, going like, "Who's gonna talk first?"
Um, as for myself, I intend to do a little bit of traveling. I have a few balls that I plan to attend to, a few noble houses to check in on, and answer their summons for minor ceremonies and minor duties. Then I shall,
ever the duty for one night, nervous.
as always, I live to serve, and I serve to live.
There's a
But
tea story going on Israel at the moment. This is
And
going
then,
on.
then perhaps I will head to the headquarters, and perhaps I shall take a squire. I met a very wonderful one named Samuel. That,
Hurin, the elf boy.
yes,
Hmm.
I think they would make a wonderful squire.
I think perhaps his current master would be happy to exchange him. He follows the creed, but his past is dark and his anger hard to control. Uh, Perhaps he would be better off in your care. But that will be up to him and his current master in the end. Some old friends for all of us have been missing you all in Amelia City and would be happy to see the two of you return to the ranks.
But I'm so curious what Ivron intends to do.
I think Ivron would just look towards Jordan and be like, well, now that you're here, I suppose the first thing that I would do is spend time catching up with you, if you permit it, sir.
Absolutely. I've missed you both terribly. Again, I'm sorry that I was not there before, but I'm here now. He kind of starts to return to the desk and gives a smile. But sadly, duty calls first. And he sits in the chair and scoots it forward as Mistra lounges forward with her head on her hands as Tails simply keeps his sleeves together and observes as he says, please share everything that you haven't shared with me already. I know everything up to your arrival in Vale Bright. Everything past that, unlike our archivist, I am not omnipresent.
Uh, do you actually want us to share everything?
Yeah, you can just say like you bring him up to speed. In these situations, though, I will say, is there anything that you specifically do not want to share? Like anything you want to deliberately leave out?
Maybe that we stole a book from the tavern.
Okay.
All the degenerate stuff
All
that
right.
we've been doing.
Yeah. Maybe the fact that I still have 8 bottles of wine on me.
And the
to be fair,
drugs, and the mimic, and that one necklace I stole from that lady.
you're carrying a lot of contraband, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're
yeah.
not the best.
If we all got caught by the Skyrim guards, at least half of our inventories would be confiscated.
And no one tell him about the monster fight we're gonna go see.
Oh, yeah.
So Ivron and Geharis, you catch him up, and he nods, listens, and yes, the possibility of these cultists in the walls of this city unnerves me. The adventurers we've hired are an interesting lot, but they're talented when push comes to shove. I firmly believe they'll be able to find what they need to find, make progress. But there's only so many places we can go, so many places we can be. Uh, you are promised the break, and the break you shall receive. But if you would continue to assist us, the battle is not over yet, but you have put massive damage into their plans. Their plan and backup plan for this city foiled within the same afternoon. And on top of that, you spooked them so badly that they were not willing to instigate the riots that they presumably had planned as well. The city cannot thank you enough for your service. But thank you for the information. And I'm afraid Mr. Tenniel will have to remain with us for the time being. But once we have, perhaps with more resources, Mr. Misselquill and our research team might be able to make some progress on stabilizing their abilities, if not removing them entirely. Perhaps we can understand the source, how to quell them, control them. Uh, but, and he looks between Geharis and Iran. The two of you follow the creed well. Perhaps these powers would be better suited on our side than not being present at all.
May
I
I
think
ask a
Ivron would
favor?
just look.
Oh, after you.
I was just gonna say, I think Ivron would just look to Tenniel if he's there.
Yeah.
And be like, "What do you think?"
Yeah, I
If-
think it's at this point that Harris would say, may I ask for a favor? Because I think we're on the same wavelength here.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
smiles and hands on his chin. Go on.
In the fight, some of us may have died if not for Louis Daniel's actions.
Oh,
I believe that there should be some form of leniency offered to him. At the very least, I believe that he should have the chance to socialize and make friends, or use his powers, perhaps, to be a therapist for those that wish to forget for a brief moment. Terrible things.
As I have spent the most time studying him, it has become very clear to me that he is not a man of evil intent. His powers are certainly those give him the ability to be a large threat. I don't believe he is one anymore.
I see.
So a cell's probably not the right place for him. Maybe a room.
Captain Ivron the Silver-Haired, could you perhaps use an extra set of hands on your field team?
I think that we could, sir.
Very well. And uh, Israel, miss, I believe that the damsel was offered a potential job as a doctor in the event that your diverse pool of potential healing magics proved to not be enough to recover after your scraps.
That's correct.
And the hermit is petty at the worst of times. I suppose, for the time being, as long as my research team is given the opportunity to study them, perhaps I will grant them the day. You all have a night on the town. Have fun. And they'll return. We will study them, but they will be given freedom of movement. And if you all return to us afterwards, they can join your team, and you may do with them as you wish. Mr. Mistlequill,
One
yes?
more note. Regina, the bug girl. 3 casts of remove curse every day. That is prescribed.
Noted. Doctor, would you be willing to pass that on to our research team? And Tails gives a nod. Of course, sir. And vanishes.
Y'all,
Uh,
y'all said city can't thank us enough, right? Is that like literal?
depends on how much exactly you want us to thank you, Utaka.
Well,
Ivron turns around and gives him this glare, like slowly turns and just
Huron
shooting back.
raises a hand. Huron raises a hand to you, Iran, and shakes his head with a smile. Go on.
I never lived in a house before. Can we get one of those?
I think perhaps there is some available real estate in the first tier. Uh, let's see. Do you intend for your entire field team to stay with you, or just the 6 of you?
I don't know. Is there a place with that many rooms?
You can find just about anything you're looking for in Valebright, if you know where it is. If that is what you wish, then certainly. I think that is a thank we can offer you. I suppose it is the least we can do. There would be no houses to build upon if you had not slain a mighty balloon and kept a singer with an ego complex from tearing down our walls.
I flash him a very sharp smile.
Do not take my teasing for diminishing your accomplishments. From Dr. Tales's cursory examination of the bard and what we were able to gather from the interrogation about that balloon dragon, those 2 threats were not to be taken lightly. You fought a creature that could have blown you off the walls to your immediate death and survived. And through clever strategy and good use of your resources, you made both fights look like child's play. That's impressive and exactly what we need. I think our other agents could learn from you.
Mm.
Is there anything else I can offer the rest of you?
I believe that Mistra touched base with us earlier about her adventure with the mimics and some items.
Yes, I do not envy the detective. It sounds like she had quite a arduous trip. And she kind of rolls her eyes a little bit, but smirks and sits up. And I have some gifts that I brought back. Call them souvenirs. And he gives a nod. And you will, of course, all be given ample payment, both for your services in the city today and to cover your living expenses over the course of your vacation. But I will leave you to catch up with your boss while I fetch it from our treasury. Uh, is there anything else I can fetch for the rest of you while I'm away? Very well. Garrus, everyone, it's good to see you again.
The pleasure is all mine. It is always a pleasure to see you.
He gives a nod and kind of like gently grabs you by one of the horns and does the like that kind of light headbutt of affection,
This is okay.
and pats you on the side of the face, Iran, before slouching and limping out of the room as the a massive set of doors swing open and shut behind him, leaving you all alone with Teniel and Mistra. Mistra gives a grin. And does a very mocking hands to her cheeks. Oh, isn't that just the sweetest thing I ever did see?
I would have thought that the sweetest thing you have ever seen was those wonderful, wonderful frosted tea buns that Basil used to make.
Speaking of which, hopefully they should be arriving in the city soon, so Basil will likely set up shop in the city if you should all have a market for magic items for your upcoming adventures. Uh, and also, I hope you learn to appreciate the old man. He talked about the two of you nonstop. Uh, and with that, she starts sorting through the pockets of her coat and depositing several items onto the desk beside her. You see a small black ball about the size of a baseball. You see a massive tome, very leathered and dirtied, but still seeming well put together. Uh, you see a massive battle axe leaned up against the opposite wall, a d20 and a d6. And you see that she has a ring, but she keeps a grip on that, but she does display that she has it. And she gives a smile and says, "This is what I was able to salvage from the mimic nest. Some goblins had set up shop not too far from it. Apparently, the mimics were intended to be a security system that bred out of control and started spreading. They were more than happy to assist me in getting the population under control, and this is what I was able to secure as a reward. A rather interesting trip, but you didn't miss much. The nest was a nightmare to navigate. Just about anything that I didn't bring back with me wasn't a mimic, and I'm not even 100% sure these aren't mimics."
On top of that, had it not been left in such good hands, then we would have never been able to stop Ringo.
Oh, you flatter me, Garrus. Um, for the record, don't touch the axe right now. It is cursed, but Tails is working on getting that removed. Uh, but I would be happy to give it to one of you once it is curse-free.
What do they all do?
This, and she tosses the canister. It's one use. I had three, but I had to use two of them just to make it out of the nest alive. Uh, it's somewhat akin to your bag, Griaz. Releases a powerful toxin when thrown. It's one use only, but the toxin's powerful. Could be useful in clearing a room should you need that. And she, without giving you a heads up, starts tosses it to you, Ivron.
Oh no.
It's pretty
That's good.
sizable. You're able to catch it, but
Okay, I
you
was
have to
gonna
kind
say,
of.
did I catch it?
Yeah.
We all
Uh,
die.
She gives a smirk and looks to you, Melvin. I know you're the only one with a use for a spell book. It's a bit old, but I checked. The pages are still intact. I can't read any of the arcane scripture, but I feel like you might be able to. And she slides it towards you.
Melvin picks it up and he goes, "By the way, thank you very much, Mister. This is a treasure for me. Um, could you also put aside some time in the coming weeks for me to interview about your trip into the nest? I am putting together some information on these creatures, and whatever input you could provide, insight would help me in my studies."
I'll see if I can't clear some time for you. And Melvin, as you look down at the spell book, again, it's this ratty, filthy old tome. But again, as you flip through, the arcane writings appear to be intact. You will need to attune to the spell book, but you see written on the front, barely legible with the filthy writing. You initially think it says Book of Spells, but you kind of blink a bit and have to like reread it, as it appears to be misspelled as Book of Spiels.
Okay.
And on the binding, you see Volume 3.
Volume 3. Spiels, Volume 3. Also,
Okay. And again, you will need to attune to it, but flipping through, you see that it has the spells Spare the Dying, Fear, Acid Splash, Animal Friendship, Beacon of Hope, Absorb Elements, and Cloud Kill. So I'll give you a second.
awesome. Thank you.
Mistra gives you a tip of the hat. You'll find better use for it than me. um, she jostles the D20 and D6 in her palm and says, "These are rather interesting. This," and she holds the D20 between two fingers. "You roll it, and whatever it lands on, it causes a random magical effect. There doesn't seem to be much of a pattern to it, but perhaps you can experiment and see what it does." And she tosses it to you, Harris.
I make sure it does not roll. I catch
Yeah, you
it.
you just clap it.
Man, but imagine if I
And-
didn't, though.
And Mr. Bramblepelt, this might be of interest to you for your hobby. And she kind of looks to your shield and holds up the D6. This was an invention of the goblins. Throw this at an item, and it will turn into its mimic equivalent. And she tosses it to you.
All right.
So, assuming you guys keep the items, Melvin, you have Book of Spiels Volume 3. Evron, you have a Toxic Bomb. Gaharis, you have a Wild Magic D20. And Griaz, you have a Mimic D6.
Junior, you're gonna get a sibling.
They kind of jostle on your arm.
Yeah, which anytime that Meester was also saying goblin and mimic, like he was just shrinking just a little bit more in his seat. Just
And finally, she holds up the ring and looks to you, Evron, and gestures for you to step forward.
Okay, he does.
She steps up and deposits the ring into your hands and kind of leans forward slightly and whispers just loud enough for you to hear, but the rest of you just see her handing him the ring as she says, "You stuck up for me, and I won't forget that." And you look and you have a ring of warmth.
Hmm.
And she gives a bit of a smile and says, "I don't know if you have any plans for after this is all said and done, but um, she kind of hesitates for a second. And before you leave town on your vacation, I assume, would you want to grab lunch?"
I think he actually like breaks his tact and just gives her a look like, sure.
She actually gives a very wide smile, the first non-smirk, genuine smile you've seen her, and she gives you a nod. "Thank you." And she pats you on the arm and slithers to the side to look at the rest of you. And from what Tails is able to identify, the axe is pretty powerful, just a better version of its counterparts, but we'll want to get that curse off of it, unless you want to take it and use it as a trap. From what the doctor says, it appears to be a curse of polymorph.
A polymorph into what?
She kind of frowns, and you get the impression she's flashing through some memories of her time in the dungeon, and she says, "Ape."
So it transforms you into an ape? And you can still use the axe.
As well as an ape can use one.
And
So is that why you couldn't use the sending stone?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Now, regular sized ape?
Uh, it varies. And she
'Cause I'm just saying, there's
glares at you,
giant
Taka.
apes.
No, just regular sized ape, or in my case, an adorable little capuchin.
Oh, that is cute. Now, hypothetically, if you're already wild shaped into an ape,
You may want
no,
to
it's
bring that up
fine.
with the doctor. I honestly
I
have
think
no
I know
idea.
what my experimentation will be for the first week. Griaz, I'm gonna
Oh,
need.
I have to see this.
Oh,
Perhaps
good.
you'll turn into a gibbon, you long-armed monster.
He is not a monster.
I mean, I'm kind of a monster. It's okay.
He does kind of look like a monster.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all right.
he haunts my nightmares sometimes.
Hey, nightmares are still dreams, buddy. Living the dream.
Mistra gives a smirk and says, I hope all of this is to your satisfaction. This is all I could dredge that didn't try to attack me as soon as I picked it up. Did you know that, and she gestures to the black ball you're still holding, Yvonne. You know, I found that in a chest, and I thought the chest was going to be the mimic, but then I found out that the sword trap on the ceiling was the mimics instead. Not to mention the teleportation traps around every corner. Uh, she just kind of pinches her nose. It was a nightmare. Rather not talk about it. Uh, I believe you're all excited to get paid and start your vacation.
That sounds wonderful. How about we go into the other room and we will tell you all about it as we count the coins.
Very well. Come on. And she hops down, and you feel as she hops past your arm's length, Ivron, her hand very softly brush against yours, but she continues on ahead of you. Um, and gives a smile and a turn as she tips her hat to all of you and says, "A break that I think all of you have well earned. Try not to be gone too long. I'll miss you." Uh, and with that, I think that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh, goodness.
So, I will say the payment that you all received, both for stopping the Bard, stopping the Dragon, and the city of Veilbright and Yoron covering your living expenses, each of you individually received 400 gold. And you have all leveled up.
You know what you know what I have to say about plate armor? Ooh, I'm halfway there.
Oh,
Only 1,500 gold total.
You're almost there, bud. You're almost there.
And maybe we can pitch in and
It's a lot.
Yeah. You
give you
pull
some
your
extra.
resources. It's fine. So, with that, we will off-screen establish what you guys are going to be doing during a time skip that we will agree upon, at which point we will regroup and the Goldshine investigations shall continue. Harris. And real quick, does anyone want to swap who has what magic item that Mistra just gave you? Avron, you have a Toxic Bomb and a Ring of Warmth. Harris, you have the Wild Magic D20. Gree has the Mimic D6. And Melvin, the Book of Spiels Volume 3.
Did Israel get anything?
Israel and Utaka were not given anything specific, but Mistra, other than Avron's ring, does not seem particularly attached to any one person getting one thing.
Israel doesn't seem to be drawn to any of the items, and in fact doesn't seem probably as excited about the break as anyone else. She just sort of seems kind of withdrawn and grim. And I know that our good friend, your friend, Joron, probably saw her face story that had a lot of surprise and disappointment, and just sort of a grim, like, yep, guess I know what I'm doing kind of thing to it. Yep. But she has been consciously sort of like keeping to the back of the group and just keeping very quiet and contained.
Okay, well, we can handle the item thing in text.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's do call, or not. Let's not do callouts, but let's do a quick. Since we ran a little bit late, where can we find everybody? Raise your
Uh,
hand if you can only be found here. Oh, okay. Uh, hey, Derek, where can we find you?
Hey, I'm other places. Um, well, tomorrow I'm going to be on Eva Sariate's channel at noon with Graham for a game of Mothership, which is sci-fi horror. So definitely looking forward to that. That is going to be noon Eastern, again on Eva Sariate's channel. I think as far as most projects, I have stuff upcoming that is yet to be announced, but you can always find me wherever podcasts are found with the podcast Monster Crush. So if you enjoy smooching monsters like bugbears or mimics or any of the other wonderful little cryptids that exist in our wonderful real world, you can find Monster Crush wherever podcasts are found. Every session, my co-host Heavenly and I talk about different cryptids and paranormal entities and abominations and aliens and everything else, and whether they be good on a date and whether they be good to smooch. So check that out. We have our next episode coming out February 6th, and we will be doing some more guest episodes. So I will be actually recording tomorrow guest spot on It Came From a Monster Movie, where we will be watching After Midnight, along with Travis Morningstar from Last Podcast on the Left. So definitely looking forward to that.
Well, thank you. Uh, if you'd like to see more of my pretty face, or less pretty face, Derek has the pretty face. You can find me tomorrow on Eva Sariate's channel at noon. You can also find me tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard on Polished Cryptid, where I will be playing in episode 2 of a nautical-themed homebrew campaign as Mavrin Miniados, a tiefling, yes, I have a type, tiefling ex-pirate, sorcerer, who has used a lot of shatter spells in his time in this campaign. Outside of that, you can find me every Wednesday on Open for Adventure, playing in the Uncaged Anthology, as Samander Tennant, the lovely cleric who just got bitten by his romantic interest who turned into a werewolf, and now I might turn into a werewolf, and now we owe the Archfey we didn't want to deal with some more favors. So, it's getting heavy, it's getting hot, you'll probably see us on Monster Crush, quite honestly. Outside of that, we will be having announcements for 2 upcoming campaigns on this channel. As well, in April, we're having a TT RPG Indie Month where we will be having a new DM on this channel, just DMing a whole bunch of games so that we can all try out. So if you're interested, reach out to me on Discord, reach out to me on Twitter. All of the links are below, and I would be happy to invite you. Matt, where can we find you in your projects?
Oh, you can find me places. If you want to see more of my DMing specifically, you can check out my Tuesday game on the Alternator Productions Twitch and YouTube channels, as well as our official website at officiald5hub.info. On my other stream of Black Ink and Blue Blood, where the party is adventuring in Geharis and Ivron's homeland, but several hundred years into the future. They are just escaping their first dungeon, and it's been a lot of fun. Murder on my throat playing all those monsters. Uh, and You can now, thanks to some repair work on my end, find my webcomic Undercommon, also taking place in the same campaign setting, featuring the first goblin to become an adventurer. The webcomic Undercommon now on Tapas and Webtoon. And full credit for the Lucky Griffin and the bartender Quincy goes to Quincy LK on Kofi, who made the character and tavern freely available for use. And to our roguish cleric Utaka for providing the tabletop spark for one of the adventuring parties that was encountered today. It's a lot of fun getting to play a colorful cast. And I think that's it for me. Check out Alternator Productions Official on Tumblr if you want to see other stuff I help with.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing. And everyone, thanks for tuning in. I know we ran a little bit long, but we wanted to finish this arc. We will be back next week with more wonderful D&D with a time skip. And in the meantime, stay healthy, stay happy, stay hydrated, and we love you. We hope to see you next week. Till then, Bye.
Bye.